some of the revving, a lot of them are going to their cars. Several of them were out earlier driving through the metro area in a reckless fashion. So
yeah, this is something.
Hundreds of cars here. We just got here. We're a little aid. There's a multi-agency task force out here tonight. Many different agencies out here to help stop this reckless. And just a reminder, in incidents in the past, 2 people were shot and killed in the reveling. Originally, this group was planning to roll out around 9, but we do know that some of them have updated their schedule to 10 o'clock. It's technically in the Minneapolis police jurisdiction.
I wonder what that does to the engine of your car when you rev it that extremely. I can't imagine.
You're getting a bird's eye view of what happens in the summertime, and believe me, the State Patrol and the Minneapolis Police Department is cracking down. This is the first major event of the year. However, of course, if they come to St. Paul, the CAT unit definitely diverts. But as of this moment, they have not come to St. Paul. Of course, they watch live on patrol, so they know we're here. Pat and I have our canister of mace. Ready?
Certainly do. A lot of hundreds of people here.
We know the organizers. We try to let them have car meets without acting up. I want to say we over on our side of the river. Again, this is in Minneapolis, underneath the 94 bridge, and right across the street from your farmer's market.
Just about every stripe of high-performance car you can imagine.
Just want you to see the behavior that law enforcement has to deal with and try to control. A lot of these cars were down in Burnsville earlier. Some of them were in our county over at Harriet Island. And as they came over here to merge, they were driving recklessly on our freeways. Someday, somehow, that noise you hear is not gunfire. Some of these cars backfire, but there were a lot of calls for gunfire last time. I was gonna do. You track that. I gotta do something else. So, I mean, since they realized we're here, they toned down a little bit. Mark my words, the whole place is surrounded by multiple agencies waiting for them to drive reckless or careless.
Parking sticker on the rearview mirror.
I missed that. Was one show me what it is. Is it a good one or?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it something we were looking at or just
No, just
Oh,
a...
just random.
Yeah.
I'd like to live in these apartments right next door, Pat.
Yeah, wouldn't that be something?
So far, all we've seen is revving, not so much donuts or squealing, right?
Right. Just tearing up their engines. I guess it wears out the crankshaft and the camshaft bearings at a fast rate.
Yeah, over. Take 94.
Well, the key here is to get as many license plates as we can.
I'm at a Maryland, I'm 35. I'll jump south and go forward there.
It's actually a pretty good spot, huh, Pat? I don't know if there's a better spot to observe what's happening here. Again, we're in Minneapolis. We're in Minneapolis. Oh, we just got something thrown at our car. Very classy, very classy. Come on over the fence, we got mace. I'm gonna get a party can out of the back, just in case, Pat.
Yeah, why don't you grab a couple? Thank you.
I know you like those big ones, Pat.
I do, and I like them with the handle.
I got the small spray. I should probably give you this one because you know what happened last time. All right, racers, if you're listening, and by now you are, do not come to Ramsey County. We are, we'll be waiting your arrival if you do. But more importantly, just don't drive recklessly. Don't hurt somebody. Right?
That's right.
I should get the DNA off that bottle that hit us.
There you go.
Sour Galactic Punch. Alright, well. See if we can get a little bit better angle on this whole fiasco here, huh?
We're supposed to start 1601 White Bear for a medical. 16 for.
I like getting the plates
Like
on
he
these
was
cars, you know, when they
to be
leave.
out of it or possibly under the influence.
I'm sorry?
Now refusing to leave on
I like getting the license plates on these cars as they leave.
their.
Just read them out.
No, I just mean I like getting the camera. Jesus. Well, there's many, many more on the far side over there in the farmer's market.
We're supposed to back to
Here we go. Well.
307, so we're going to be tied up in a couple different spots. Maybe we have a night officer start.
Is there some free opportunity to start to back 377?
Our transmission's working okay there, Pat?
Yes, sir.
That's 4438, 4436.
Washington.
That on Handover for the 19 years of 2024 34. like him and his model hung up doing a circle.
Does this look familiar?
Sure does. And you've got one of those on the channel for here, right?
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Just,
I think
just in case.
I might have turned them down a little bit.
Yeah,
There you go.
I'm good leaving it down. I just want to a just in case thing.
You doing anyone?
And I'm going to see exactly
There's
where we
Minneapolis.
Copy. 2120.
See if they get a bottle thrown at them.
01.
are. 299 East Lindale.
Help on that area.
Thank you.
Those of you that come to the farmer's market, you recognize right on the right there that ATM sign. There's a Dodge Charger leaving. I'm sure we'll encounter him later. Now that is a Buick, right?
That kind of says the caller.
No,
They're on the
Mercury.
call about saying that you believe the phone has been hacked.
We generally try to take these cars off as they're leaving at other places.
2182, thank you.
There's a Mercury Grand Marquis.
Grand Marquis.
And medical.
Out of Fridley.
Huh?
Did you see him almost hit that car up
Yeah,
there?
I did, yeah. Well, like I said,
White Bear, southbound to Old Hudson clear. Check 116.
call Darren McDonald.
Calling Darren McDonald.
Just to clarify, your patient.
Hey, you want to head over here? I mean, you don't have to high speed it, just to be here, just in case something goes down. Can you hear me okay or not? You know where I'm at? Farmers Market Racers. Alright, yeah. 94 to 55, and then right now we're on the east side of 94. I'll probably meet you back on the west side.
Perfect.
Thanks, Mike.
Sounds good.
I'm gonna get a few more cars. We don't, for the record, we don't mind kids meeting up to look at cars. You know, that happens all the time in our city. And we allow them, we engage them in conversation. But the problem is, as you're seeing here, this evolves. It's the 3% rule. And that's generally the 3% rule in life. 3% are just poorly behave and break the law.
Something just came in from Steve a minute ago.
That's why that White Bear one hit for us, because that was a southbound one that they're reading, which isn't ours. It's good for the kids to know that somebody's out here paying attention here. So if you're just joining us, you're joining us late, we are at the Minneapolis Farmers Market where the street racers are gathering. And we're expecting, some of them,
I'm gonna go on scene cosmetics are
originally they're pulling out at 9, but now we're hearing the reckless, they're going to pull out at 10. Having said that, some of them gathered in other parts of the metro area, Burnsville, Harriet Island, and they drove here in a reckless fashion. There's calls on 35W northbound for Burnsville. Cars racing in a reckless fashion.
That's the stuff we don't like.
The background noise is not our car.
377. Medics report 4 if you have any other spots coming, you can cancel. Harvey 317.
It's like it's slowly emptying out.
Yeah, well, they probably know that their time is getting short here. Time is getting short. Saw Crystal Police Department here. It does seem like you'd ruin your car, right?
Oh, it does. It takes thousands of miles off the life of your car.
Gotta be terrible for her, right?
Yep.
Sad part is, you know, we got all these kids standing around, of course, up right here by the farmer's market on both sides. They're waiting for these guys to squeal their tires.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not just burnouts, they're burnouts. That's the problem. And it has happened on a regular basis that someone in the crowd gets hit. The worst part is when they start doing donuts and their rear end starts kicking out and hitting people.
I've seen some videos just recently of some horrific accidents at these meets around the country.
Yeah. So, you know, let your legislators, your police departments know that you really don't want to tolerate this dangerous, reckless driving. You know, we've been very successful at seizing cars, prosecuting, but this is a new year. Last year was a little quieter. Some of the organizers in past years moved to other states. You know, so.
2351.
But obviously, there's a new organizer in town.
2351.
So you putting it back in or are you taking it out?
Put it in for now.
I got 2 of them. One of them's fresh. Does that one seem fresh enough?
Advise just 317.
enough
I
in
can
there.
take your suspicious of 1619 Maryland. I'll advise. I
Just
need
get
to
it all the way out the window when you face them. See, I got the narrow stream over here. See? Right?
Yeah, I did. But that was like probably 10 or so.
You got the cloud.
Yep, I don't like the cloud.
Yeah.
We're supposed to start 1,800, 802 on an
Which way is the
assault.
wind blowing?
Female yelling in the background now stating that the female scratched him and he wants to press charges into his
You got a narrow streamer too? In case this guy walks up to us, he wants to talk.
Uh-huh. Yeah, like this.
That one will puff us. Hey, what's going on, buddy? We are.
I love you, Bob.
Thank you.
I love you guys. Bro, my sisters are watching you guys.
Well, we
right
just
now,
want
so-
everybody to be safe. You know that, right?
Yeah, no, I get that.
Car meetups are one thing. You know, little revving is another. But when they start fishtailing into the crowd,
Right, no, I come here just for cars, but when people start doing dumb stuff like that, you know, it
yeah,
just really
we saw a couple, right? That Mercury Marquis.
Yeah, you guys are over by the fence. I saw you on the live.
Yeah.
You guys see
When
that?
the guy threw the bottle at us?
What?
When the guy threw the bottle at us?
You see the guy throw the bottle?
You guys?
Yep.
That's insane. Yeah, no, usually these car meets aren't like this, but I don't know, it was a different dude who hosted it, but
Yeah, that's
now,
the thing. Depends on the host.
I was not expecting it to be like this. I thought it was gonna be a small meet, park and chill.
Where did you go before you came here? Were you down in Burnsville or?
Oh no, I wasn't in Burnsville.
Came right here.
I came from Zimmerman, so
Zimmerman. All right.
yeah, I heard about that meet in Burnsville.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you guys get back to work. But
Nice
I
to
love
meet you.
guys.
Thank you very
Hey,
much.
take care of
Nice to
yourself.
meet you. Thank you. There's another guy.
Empty 17,
Here we go.
looks
This
like-
guy's gonna videotape and burn it out. He's got the
Provided
camera
address.
over there. See their friends hold the camera.
We'll be waiting downstairs in the lobby, just next to the fire.
HWF 123. HWF 123.
FPR 196.
FPR 196. You get that whole one? That's Illinois.
I think that's Wisconsin. Personalized. R3SPCT.
All right, racers, just so you know, your time is expiring. Your time is expiring. Nope. It's got to be backfire, huh? Nobody's running from the area that's coming from. Sounds like backfire. With a lot of shots fired calls last week. Again, we're over in Minneapolis by the Farmers Market under the 94 Freeway 94 bridge, where a group of racers has gathered. We're not so concerned about the gathering as we are the driving conduct afterward. And just a reminder, racers, if you flee the police, your car is subject to forfeiture. If you flee the police, your car is subject to forfeiture, and either way, it's going to be a long court process before you get it back. So if you get stopped by one of us, pull over, take your ticket, take your medicine, but do not flee the police.
That'll be very, very expensive for
Rest
you.
assured, there are tools available. There are tools available to catch you.
ZJY 243.
Starting to thin. The crowd is starting to thin a little, Pat, right?
Yes, it is. KWH 802.
Do not come to Ramsey County. A lot of times, you know, their favorite place over there is off of Randolph and Shepherd Road, east in our county. Energy Park Drive, of course, they're regulars there. We have officers standing by at those locations, waiting for you.
Open arms.
Tow trucks available. Several tow trucks on standby.
Lots of empty back seats.
It is thinning out a little bit, though, right?
Yep.
Not totally, but
This fire at 3000 Country View Drive, apartment 312. Upon hear a hissing noise in the apartment and throughout the building. There's no gas in there.
okay.
I thought that was station.
2165, one in custody.
Everyone in custody, 2165.
All right.
doing, guys?
Gentlemen,
How's it going?
how's it
You're
going?
Bob Fletcher, right?
I am, yes.
Bob Fletcher?
Nice to meet you.
How you doing? What you doing way out here, man?
Yeah, they needed a little help over here.
Oh,
And there's some Ramsey County residents in here that asked us to make sure they were safe.
oh, gotcha.
How about you guys? Where do you live?
Around like Brooklyn Park area.
Brooklyn Park?
Oh, you're live streaming?
We are.
gotcha.
Yeah,
How's
we're
it-
live streaming. We're live streaming. How about you guys? You guys got cars down here? Just for show and looks and fun, not to race,
yeah,
right?
We stock though. We slow.
That's
we
it.
can't do that.
We don't mind people just hanging out.
But you're not taking thousands of miles off your engine doing
Right,
that.
doing that. No, not at all. Not at all.
Man.
What causes that type of backfire? How do they do
A
that?
tune. They got to tune
They
it.
get to tune it?
A tune or like exhaust or like having no.
But
cats.
that's opposite tuner. I mean, I got a dual
Got a timing
turbo.
chain thing?
I got a dual turbo Explorer with 500 horsepower.
With
That
the ST?
you tuned it up, you know, the chip,
Yeah.
but it doesn't sound like that.
You can get it to sound like
Yeah,
that, though.
if you like,
Yeah.
if you replace the cats, like take the cats off,
Yes,
you can get it to sound like that.
really.
Yes.
That's got to be bad for the pistons, right?
No, not if you tune it, it can actually be better.
Even
Especially like with a turbo
Well, that's like
car.
backfire there, though, right?
For like a turbo car, it's better to have more back pressure.
Back pressure. I don't know a lot about cars, but I got guys that do. You know. So we're gonna get a couple of those 500 horses. I mean, it's not like a Hellcat, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah, it's pretty
for a
good.
car
Pretty
car.
fast.
0 to 60 in under 3 seconds.
I don't even. In fact, I got rid of it. I was driving it, but it lurches too much. You know, this Durango, you know, it's got it's only got 360 horse. You know, our SRT's got 460. Our other,
SRTs?
huh?
Ramsey County got SRT?
Yeah, we got SRTs.
Yeah.
Those are okay, but
Was those confiscated cars or y'all bought them with taxpayer
no,
money?
we bought them with taxpayers' money. Yes, taxpayers' money. The
Taxpayers?
taxpayers want us to be able to catch the guys.
Yeah, of course.
Did you guys look at our Facebook page ever?
Yeah, we was just talking about you earlier
Did you
today.
see our
Yeah.
the
If I'm
two
paying for Hellcats,
the
can I drive it?
Exactly. You see the pit
Exactly.
maneuvers at all or not? No.
What was that? What
You
was
see
what
any
was
of our
that?
pit maneuvers at all or not? We got 30 guys trained in pit maneuvers.
Check
so-
on the sheriff's
Ramsey
page.
County?
There's a couple
Yeah.
recent pit maneuvers on
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow. You're not performing pits, right? You don't got a push bumper or push bar.
Well, we can do them without push button, but I generally
it's a
rely
last
on
resort.
somebody else to do them.
Right, last
You know,
resort.
yeah, last resort. You know, shooter, murderer, sex rapist. You know, then I'll just take them out.
Right, exactly.
We call it a pit, but
What you got to do to get this kind of cruiser?
I don't know, nothing. What do you mean?
Get a college degree in law enforcement?
that's it.
Surprisingly, these Durangos, these Hemis are cheaper than you would think because there's not a lot of extra besides the motor. You know, it's the motor you're paying for, and the rest is nothing special.
So would you say the Ford Explorer's interior is better than the Durangos?
No,
No.
no.
This is a comfortable ride.
Any police pursuit car, the interiors are not great. You know what I'm saying? But and we get deals on the cars. Obviously, we buy them in bulk. We've had some problems with these Durangos. Oh, there's the one without lights on it. We got troopers. We got troopers hanging at the end of these roads. So
Yeah,
I
seen
don't
that.
know where they're
Yeah,
going.
you don't got to do much. Just leave it up to the troopers.
No, I
There you
don't.
go.
You mind putting the lights on for us? Seriously?
Well, you're going to expose me to the rest of the crew. There we go. These nice kids. They're going to get a little picture of our car in the background. Hey, how are you?
Took a while to get over here.
Yeah, I know. It's terrible. Hey, do me a favor. Pull up on this side over here.
Okay.
On there.
Oh, see, another sheriff too. Got the same cruiser.
Yeah, he's got the bumper. He's going to pull up where you guys are.
Oh, he dressed like the SWAT. What, you ready to arrest somebody?
Hi.
Hi.
Good. How are you guys?
We need some backup over here. We got Darren over here to back us up now.
I was watching it, so that's why.
Yeah.
Well, he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, live on Patrol on Facebook.
Darren's talking to those young men now. What do you think? Is it thinning out?
Seems to be. But there's still a lot of people.
If we had one more car, we could. I want to see the car making that noise.
Good night.
Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Have a good one, you guys.
Appreciate you talking to us. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Hey,
Thank you. Thanks,
you
buddy.
too.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless.
Be safe.
Yeah, safe. Well, supposedly their leader told them to pull out at 10, but we don't know where they're going.
Probably Regent Park and Brooklyn Park, maybe?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if
Hopefully not Energy Park Drive. You gotta block that puppy off. That's what we did one year. Block it off, take them all. We like when they go to areas that they can't escape. And again, viewers, we don't mind car meets, kids hanging out. I mean, there's obviously not a lot of alcohol being drank, but a lot of energy drinks. But we just, the 3% that get reckless. The problem is a lot of the 90% like to watch the 3% get reckless. That is, of course, one of the problems. I'm going to put my lights on now. Now that you're here. So if they do a drive-by on Pat and I, you can still catch
Yeah,
up.
totally.
That's the one. Can I mute?
No. They get so mad at us when we mute Pat. You know that, right?
But you know that's the one they're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I figured, but who took this one? This video. Is it? Same guy that does them all,
Yeah, I think it's-
yeah. He must have been looking at some streams. If you see it, Eagle Eye, let me know.
Oh yeah.
It's off to the races.
And that's happening on 7, correct?
Yeah, you got that back set, right?
Yep.
See what I got, Darren? I got that's
Can you let me borrow this one?
it's got to be upwind though.
Hi, Bob.
How's it going? How are you?
Good. How are you? I see you right here.
Yeah, right here we are.
Have a good
You
one.
too. Thank you.
That's some nice old Monte Carlo.
Central Avenue in the upper unit. There was a male broke in, left you study with caution vehicle, currently north address, 70850.
So if you just joined us, we are near the Farmers Market in Minneapolis on a racing detail. Racers from all over Minnesota, Wisconsin. What is it? Racers from all over Minnesota, Wisconsin come here, and for the most part it's a car meet for most of them to see cars, but then it evolves into revving cars, which of course isn't illegal, before 10 o'clock, and then squealing tires. Unfortunately though, it turns into we need to delete somebody?
Nope.
unfortunately, it turns into dangerous and hazardous donut shooting here later. So the Minnesota State Patrol, Minneapolis Police Department is down here working all these entrances and exits. A lot of videotaping going on, a lot of streaming. If you look online on Snapchat, Instagram, you'll see. That's a Corvette, right, Pat?
Yep.
We got our eyes on a car we're looking for.
Some Grand Marquis was hot dogging it out of the lot in front of us. Damn near creamed a car right up the street.
5181.
Austin, if you're listening, Austin, make sure your troops comply with the law. Austin, if we hook up later tonight, I hope you're... just keep in mind, you are responsible for what takes place, Austin. As the main organizer here, things get out of control, it's partly you.
We got a bottle tossed at us when we first got here.
Seriously?
Yeah. We were on the other side of that fence. Came running up to the fence and threw it over the fence.
Hit the roof, though. Most of these kids are like these last two groups. They like us. They just... Hey, what's going on, Sheriff's Department? I'm glad you're down here. We're about to move in.
Did you see that?
That's crazy.
No,
Yeah.
I did see that video.
No, it's all good.
Without saying anything,
I don't
you
know
know
where
what
they're
that's
gonna go,
about,
but
right?
They're probably go.
Last weekend there was like 700 down here.
Yeah, but when they go, when they leave here, they're probably going to stay in your jurisdiction. You know,
I thought it was here.
Brooklyn Park
It
or
was.
something,
Oh.
River Road.
But
We had 3 stolen
Doesn't want me
Hyundais we
to
were chasing
mute.
last night
Yeah.
all around
Nope.
north
Totally
side.
understand.
Oh, you were. Good for you. Yeah, I wasn't listening to that one. We had a couple chases ourselves, but I didn't hear about the Hondas. Did you get them?
No, it doesn't help that flight wasn't up last night.
Right.
Hopefully tonight. We found one of them earlier, but he took off again.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, we were. I don't know. It was a little.
Huh?
Wasn't real busy on our side last night. I mean, it was above average, but that Wednesday night we had a couple good ones. Is that the white one there or not? No.
could be. Could be.
You want to check it out?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. We'll do a loop.
Yep.
What?
I'm not sure where it went.
I'm not either. It's probably straight, right?
Probably.
He wasn't driving reckless though
No, but
when he left. I don't know where he went either. Is he up here? I was thinking that Handover County guy was going to follow him, but cheers. It's all right. You know, we're patient.
Yep.
It's the car we were looking for.
Position 3
He wasn't driving reckless. We're not even sure if it was the right one.
Stand down. Lexington Parkway South, Montreal Avenue.
At least they were friendly, right, Pat?
Absolutely.
All right. Well, you've been mute now. All right, we are back, but there is a white one over here that we want. We can mute. We are mute. We are. Hang on. We are backpack seaters. Looking for a couple cars. Most of them are all rolling out here now, huh?
On to their next
Yeah, I think
stop.
in a strange way these kids watch and appreciate us keeping them safer.
I think so.
Don't you think that's what it is?
No doubt.
Well, seriously though, because they used to bring guns and shoot them out the windows when they're doing donuts.
Well, there's definitely a group of the kids who come to these things who really are just here to see the cars.
Felt like fleeing from here.
10-1.
Terminated. He just crossed the center median into the Mermaid parking lot.
Mount you?
E-bike, white male, blue jacket. Why don't you clear the air for now?
Canceling the 10-1-2.
It's gone, Sean. Yeah, I have no idea where it went.
Did Tony send that to you so I can see it?
Didn't go east. Oh yeah, it took a long way around, but I got back over there.
It's like what's the plate? There's an N in there, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Those type in the back, not the.
Hi guys.
Hey, how are you guys? He's over there.
Fletcher?
Yeah.
How are you?
Hi, Bud.
How's it
Stand
going?
up here if you want. Yeah,
You think it was that where that other one was?
Having a fun
Kind
night
of.
today?
How are you? So far, so good.
Pull our mirror in there for me.
Where are you guys from?
I'm from up in Cottage Grove area.
Awesome.
Push that mirror towards me. There you go. Give you a little bit of room.
I recognized the car right away and I went, oh yeah, that's Bob Fletcher. We were, I don't know if you remember, we were down at Raspberry when you came down that one time.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a well-behaved group there. Well-behaved. What town are you from?
Cottage Grove.
Check cell phone.
A
Well,
little bit of a distance to get up here, but
yeah. Well, was it worth it?
Oh yeah, it was
so
worth
far,
it.
yeah.
It was pretty cool. I mean,
Went
besides
on,
everybody driving and doing burnouts.
Yeah, everyone, rather than everyone, it's like, bro, we're here to take pictures and videos.
Do you guys post them on Snap or where do you put them?
Usually I just post like my car pictures and stuff on like Instagram or whatever.
Instagram?
I stay away from the Snapchat thing.
Yeah, I don't really use it. I just use Facebook and YouTube, but
Yeah, I
I'm thinking
post
of
some on
moving into the
Facebook.
Snap world.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So yeah,
You guys got any stickers tonight?
yeah, we didn't bring any stickers
Dude.
tonight.
Oh,
Sorry.
Jax, you want a sticker?
Sorry, we didn't bring any stickers.
I love collecting. I got like 12 of them now. Thank you.
Alright, we're gonna go start trying to get everybody out of here. You guys have a great one. Stay safe.
Should I tell them where the camera is?
No, no, they think you're the camera. There we go. Oh, this
Not
is the
my
guy.
car, it's
We know this guy. We talked to him before. He's even been at the state fair. How's it going?
you live streaming?
We are.
Yes, we are.
We are. Live on patrol.
What are they saying?
We don't read the comments. We got too much going on to read the comments. But there's probably about 7,000. There's
I know.
1,200 on Facebook, and then it's on YouTube. Subscribe. Hey, tell that guy. Hey, didn't you film us before?
Did you film them before?
Didn't you film us once before?
No, this is our first
This is
time.
your first time?
We gotta go in front of
Yeah.
him so I get him.
Yeah.
Yo.
It's fucking wild.
No way.
So check out how many are watching on YouTube.
6.6.
Huh? You got
6.6, yeah. And there's another. Facebook's another 1,200.
Damn.
Yeah.
Is this like your own channel?
It is.
Oh, that's what gave you the idea to start it?
You know, it's funny. I'm glad you asked that question. But you remember after George Floyd's murder, everybody was anti-police.
Yeah.
And so in July, that was May. In July, Pat and I decided, well, we should let them see police from the human side.
Yeah.
And
In Minneapolis too.
Well, we're mostly over in St. Paul, Ramsey County, but the whole point is that we're humans.
Yeah.
We got kids, we got families, and we're not out there trying to stop a guy to give him a ticket. We're out there to keep the community safe. That's what we're there for. And so we tried to let people know the human side of it. So that was July of 2020, almost 5 years ago.
2020? Yep.
Almost 5 years ago. So now, here's where we're at. We got.
That's actually good. That's wow. That's really impressive.
That was.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you saying that because
Thank you.
that's our goal. We're not, we're just real people like you guys. You know, but we don't. You know, some of the people have been shot at these meets in the past. You know, when they start doing donuts, sometimes people stick guns out the window. You know, so we appreciate car meets.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Shake your hand?
Yeah, of course.
What's the craziest thing that's happened on
Absolutely.
The craziest thing?
Yeah, what's the
Have a
craziest
good
thing?
one.
We've been at this for 40 plus years. Just everything and anything you can imagine. Everything and anything you can imagine has happened. So, seen a lot of death, a lot of crashes, a lot
It's
of
all live streamed?
on ours mostly crashes. Not too much death yet, but yeah, we only live stream really. We do Friday nights, and then we have a couple other deputies that do the days. You know, during the days. So
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to be here next week?
depends
I have
on
like 3 left.
depends on what Austin Cherry says. Is that the organizer? Yeah. So it depends on what the what the organizer says. But we just don't want people to get hurt.
Yeah.
You know, if there's a meet and nobody gets hurt, everybody wins.
Absolutely.
Because usually there's no alcohol involved. It's just caffeine, right?
Got
It's
it.
caffeine.
Got quite the crowd.
You guys aren't putting any stickers on my car, are you?
That's actually the real cop, bro.
How's that one?
Fancy lifestyle. How long have you been streaming for?
Be 5 years in July. 5 years in July. Yeah. 5 years in July. How those lights look on the side? Are they solid?
Oh yeah, they're
Okay.
solid.
That's our cruise mode. Cruise mode.
Is that a new accessory?
Nah, it's not. I'll give a little shout out to Adam at EATI. He does all our lighting. He used to have a horn that I could play that would say "Bad boys, bad boys." I said we got to get rid of that because someone will say that's not very nice. So then he gave me a Ghostbuster horn. I might still have the Ghostbuster. Woo, that one. But now we got we got coming dual turbo.
I feel like I should be behind you guys.
Wait, you guys got this coming?
Hey, Tony. I don't get nailed.
Yeah, really.
Dual turbo Ford Explorer with chip advanced EcoBoost with the ST. 500 horse. 500 horse.
You gonna get that one?
Huh? Not for us. 500 horse.
What about for me?
I don't know about that.
Is that one gonna get in your hands?
I've driven. It's too fast for me, and it's not comfortable. It's not as comfortable as this. This is only 360 horse. We got some 400s, some 460s, but that one's 500 horse.
500?
Too fast. Too
You guys
fast.
got to get like a Hellcat or something.
Well, that's the only thing it can't. That's the only thing that it can't catch is the Hellcat. But we have helicopters for Hellcats. Helicopters for Hellcats.
Hellcats for yeah, so go get food. Helicopters for Hellcats?
Helicopters for Hellcats. See you guys later. Have a good night. Thank you. God bless.
Have a good one.
Big fan.
Thank you. God bless.
Just for 1 second here.
Yeah. Who we got here? Mike Martin's working. Mike Martin's back.
Can't park here. It smells like one of you guys is smoking weed. Oh, that's
I think we had some visitors who were.
Glad you're back because otherwise we couldn't take a lead.
Oh, just do it right here.
The close out.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been.
Say?
Yeah, there's that.
To confirm.
We are moving on to some other matters. Just Mighty Mike pulled up. Turns out Mighty Mike is working. That's good. Trying to figure out where the poorly behaved end up. Stand by. Alright, if you wouldn't mind if it's not, or you and Kelly, somebody throw it on the thread so Pat and I can look for it. Okay. So it is a full moon tonight. Now technically the full moon is tomorrow at 7:22. But if you know anything about full moons, they're very tricky. It's like this is the full moon eve, but the full moon is on April 12th. So I ask you this, backseaters. At midnight tonight, would Lon Chaney turn into a werewolf at midnight tonight when the full moon is, or would it have to wait till midnight tomorrow night after 7:22?
Good question.
It's a very, very difficult question. Full moon eve to midnight, Lon Chaney turns into the werewolf. Some of you probably don't know who Lon Chaney was, but you got to look that up. Who played the werewolf? He also played Frankenstein a couple times. So,
great actor.
In either case, you know, I think I would have done good in that time. You know why? Because I think I would be best on a black and white film, you know, but you don't have to look perfect, you know, not in standard definition versus high definition. So,
what are you talking to Neil to?
Traffic downtown Minneapolis. We're heading back. We're also looking for two cars that are wanted. Can't tell you exactly who they are, but we are on the lookout for them. Well, look.
In the yellow.
More fun for us. Target Field.
5182.
Was there a Twins game there, or was it? Well, it wasn't Twins. Something was charger, didn't I? There wasn't much transmission on there, but I should probably turn that one on too. What do you think?
Sure.
Actually,
670 Metro.
673.
55 in Lindale, started so, no license, no insurance, no owner.
what is that? State?
Yes.
2212.
So we are down First Avenue in Minneapolis, working our way back to the other side of the river. You got the eagle eye out for those two cars, Pat?
I certainly do.
Pat is an eagle eye.
2365.
Mike Martin is working tonight, so we are gonna switch over to him in about half hour. Nicole is off. Sort of disappointing Nicole favorites, but she is off tonight. Now I'm gonna get a strike for that music, Pat. I'll roll my window up, see if it'll block it out.
That's a good idea.
It looks like the baseball game is still on. Aren't you amazed how a computer can tell you to listen to the same music? It's crazy.
Very much so.
I assume Dave Garman's in the house down here, running the show for people's safety tonight.
He does do a great job.
It's a beautiful night for a baseball game, actually.
Perfect.
In the 50s. I gotta be careful I don't drink this mace. It's in my Mountain Dew holder.
Yeah, thanks.
In case you're wondering, Minneapolis did invite us over to. Well, I can't tell you what it's for. To be honest with you, but we're always here for our partners.
Got that right. They do a great job, but we all need a little bit of help.
Why is the Target Center so busy too?
Timberwolves game tonight.
There was? So we get Timberwolves and Twins? Dave Garman, you can call me and give me an update on all the activities down here. We like that, Dave. It's so busy downtown. You know, the thing about it is, the more people there is, the safer. That's the thing about safety.
Oh, yeah. Definitely truth to the old adage, safety in numbers.
Yep. Crossing Hennepin now.
Are you on 55 or Lindale?
You can cancel that lunch, you can stay out here.
You know, you and I should come over and have a steak at Murray's some night, Pat. That would be kind of fun.
Good spot.
Yeah, but, you know, just doing a little excursion.
For sure. The Twins in Detroit were at Target Field.
I'll be on 5 days.
Must have gone pretty long. Well, no, it's only 10:30ish. I was thinking it feels later.
It does.
So So, for some of you may have seen the post that I put on regarding my good friend Tom Campbell.
Two vehicles racing. Northbound Forest from Jenks. White Dog Durango and newer black Jeep Grand Cherokee going into the opposite lane of that traffic.
Okay then.
Paint and rail, let me know which way. Signaling westbound Maryland from Forest.
One of our
I'm a couple of cars behind him.
squads has noticed a couple of cars racing. It's not one of our deputies. It's one of our parking enforcement officers. Abdi, you've met. Nobody's better at spotting stuff than Abdi.
Just stopped at the red light right now.
He's radioing to our
Copy, I'm at Maryland and Arcade.
CAT team. They're about to hit. Well, he's probably right there if it was Forest. So. But back to Tom Campbell. You probably knew Tom a little bit from you're working at St. Paul, but I met Tom when I was doing an undercover operation in burglary. You know, remember we had Greg Lind and Freikels, and just great team, and we had Larry Rogers. Larry Rogers, the infamous Larry Rogers, working undercover, buying stolen stuff from burglars.
Did he have an apartment over on Payne?
No, Wheelock, right. You know, you're very familiar with that one on Wheelock Ridge there.
Oh, okay.
We had an apartment in Wheelock Ridge where we were inviting people. He looked like a, he looked, long-haired, like a dope addict. But, I don't know. Can I get here this way? I gotta turn. Anyhow, Tom was assigned to, I was the commander of the burglary unit, and Tom was at the sheriff's office in narcotics. And they assigned him to work with us on this joint operation. And we were buying stolen stuff and with Larry Rogers as the undercover. And this is like 1987, 1988, folks. So
yeah, we're gonna be coming up to Payne here in a second.
So anyhow, that's how I got to know Tom. He's a great worker, and Tom had previously been one of the very first canines. There was 3 canines brought on to start at the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, and he was one of them.
Okay.
And but then in the 90s, when it appeared there was going to be an opening in the sheriff's office, when Zacharias was getting appointed to the U.S. Marshal, Tom came to me and talked me into running for sheriff.
Well, thank goodness for that.
Yeah, it's a life changer, because if he hadn't done that, to be honest with you, if he hadn't done that, I don't think I would have run. And the reason is, I was at St. Paul, I was a lieutenant there, but you don't know that many people at the sheriff's office, and it's hard really to get to know people when you're an outsider.
Mm-hmm.
So Tom then set up a meeting with Norm Thurmer, the first Norm Thurmer, actually the second one. The latest one is the third. But, and Norm Thurmer and Bruce Jerome, 2 other deputies. And then he set a meeting up with Terry Johnson, M.T. Johnson's father. And suddenly I was...
Well, looks like they're going to go northbound on...
I was able to convince him that I could be a decent candidate for sheriff. But if Tom hadn't urged me to do that and had confidence in me, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have run. Think about that. When you think about it.
Yeah, now they're starting to speed up. They're doing like 50 up to Fletcher. They come up to clear in a minute.
What's he saying? What's he saying?
I can't understand him.
Black, whatever.
So, anyhow, I've been debt to Tom for talking me into it and supporting me.
Well, I thank him too.
It's life changer for me, and hopefully we did some good things at the sheriff's office in the past. And then Tom worked gangs for a while. You know, remember him and Gilkison used to work that Vietnamese community?
Oh, yeah.
They knew that Vietnamese community inside and out, and became a respected expert in that field. So,
You got enough on both cars?
Tom, if you're listening, I don't know. Tom is on hospice now. And,
Yeah, they're pulling over here at the white.
It's never.
Do you want to stay at the white?
But I did get a chance to visit with him, and his wife, of course, Lila, is just a wonderful human being. Taking good care of him. But Tom likely suffers from Agent Orange. You know, all the Agent Orange that was used to defoliate areas in Vietnam.
Killed my brother.
Yeah, it's so. Anyhow, there's a post on Live on Patrol. If you wouldn't mind thanking him for his service to the community, and thank him for talking me into running. Because
2365, go ahead.
I'm going to take this red light here.
Clear.
Honey, what was the first street with County Road, B-Boy?
A lot going on tonight, folks.
Rice Street.
8 different radio channels.
Rice and County Road, B-Boy. Squad to start.
Rice and B-Boy, something going on. We are going across the Washington Street Bridge at the University of Minnesota. We're going to end up over there on University Avenue. It's the Mississippi River beneath us.
Well, a backseater, Jeanette Wells, said that in July 1996, Tom Campbell was integral in arresting a suspect who had fatally stabbed jewelry store owners. He was on a lunch break. He radioed in that he was holding suspect at gunpoint.
It's very true. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Thank you.
Template 8368 Romeo 66.
Roger, SB 669, book 4.
2224.
I'll just serve you a partner. That's good there, Bill? Yeah.
Should I stay in this vicinity? Or you think they're going to require?
They're trying very hard.
Squads we're working with had a stolen, and they lost it, and now they're trying to reacquire it.
94 at Earl.
You guys got them both up.
669.
I've just got one failing to obey on lawful command. She's not a danger. I'm code 4. I just need a quicker to help you get her off the freeway. You start a tow for her vehicle. She's unlocked.
We are over by the University of Minnesota on the backside of the hospital where the river abuts it.
621 Mr. 35 Alright. I'm all with Bill. Are you good, John? Yeah, I'm good.
If you wonder why Pat is so quiet, folks, he's listening to a radio that we don't want the bad guys to know we're listening to. I guess that's a good explanation, right?
Yes, sir.
So he's preoccupied listening, and
D841. We'll be on Pittsburgh Drive and 29th Avenue with Minnesota Albert John Zebra 438.
find out.
Pittsburgh and 29th and 2220.
I can't ask Pat to do too many things at once. It really isn't fair.
Vehicles unsafe for the road. I'll be clear in a second. She steps out and stands on the roadway.
A lot of stops going on. Troopers are stopping a number of cars right
Code 4,
now.
2226.
Copy, do you still need a partner?
Rice and Conroe B, traffic stop.
39. Well, she finally listened to me. I'm
3914.
going to leave her be so that she can come down.
I'll be en route to the PD with evidence.
Cool floor up there, looks like.
Division 16. State actually took that call earlier.
2227.
You know, if you were going to eat one chip that was quiet, Pat,
Yeah.
Those little things in the Gardettos would not be it.
Those little brown chips.
Oh, aren't they amazing?
They are. But they are not quiet.
On the way out, I got to drive by Sally's. Hi to all my friends at Sally's.
Alright, I'm going to be at 61. Let me know when you check.
96 checking your guys' status.
Sally's, is that the malt shop?
No, there's a little bar up there.
What was the malt shop that was down here? My daughter Cassara worked at it for years.
I might be too far to the east here to hit Sally's. But
Stub and Herbs.
Sally's is behind me, 1 or 2 blocks. This is the University of Minnesota campus, folks.
She's taking South 61.
Not officially Dinkytown. Dinkytown is a couple blocks north and west. But where Washington Avenue runs into University.
I'll take White Bear and see if I can head her off. She's going towards White Bear anyways.
The Huron ramp is closed. Good to know.
It's a really beat up Chevy Impala, older bubble body style with round taillights. Front tire's screaming and it's almost bald. It's got a spare tire on the left.
It's hard to tell, but I think she turned westbound on Burns, stopping in front of an address.
2160, you can put me on the 911 on St. Thursday.
Copy. Okay, still driving westbound Burns.
8190, supposed to be clear, folks.
311, 316, 328, copy guys, around 72 3rd Street for the burglary report. 3 intoxicated male subjects were outside of the Clotters address arguing with the landlord, and then they broke into the basement.
Annie's Parlor, that was it. Okay. Thank you, Gordy.
Was that a malt shop?
Yep.
Good to know. The first time you ran in there, I bet you didn't think it was a malt shop, right? You probably thought it was Annie's Parlor. You're kind of a parlor kind of guy.
Indeed.
I enjoyed talking to those kids tonight. It was nice of them to come up.
Yeah, they were very, very good kids.
Nice of them to give us a chance. Call Mike Martin.
Calling Mike Martin.
When he answers, do you mind muting that real quick?
Sure.
We're just waiting on a phone ping to come in for who we think the suspect is.
Who knows if I'm even. I got 3 numbers in there. I might be dialing the wrong number.
Hello, boss.
Hey, Mike. So, in 5 minutes, we're going to send you to Mighty Mike. But we had to brief him on a few things. What?
Oh, shit. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ. You thought I was going to run into a train? You thought I was going to pour a Kyle Williams?
Train.
That was, if you didn't know for certain, that did look dangerous.
Yeah, I didn't.
That could be a ride at the fair. You know,
really.
when you're driving on the street. You're about to hit a
669
train.
21, are you code 4?
Code 4, we're gonna Yeah, we're code 4. We're gonna let her leave it parked there.
2232.
John Meslowski's watching us right now.
Is he local or is he in Florida?
Not sure.
Is he down at the sister city of Brazelton? No, Bradenton. One of those carnival people. They're always looking for a reason to go down Florida.
He had the privilege of working with Tom while working on the Asian Crime Task Force, which became MGSF. It's part of a group of deputies that brought the 10-point criteria to identify gang members.
Great. And thank you for throwing that in there. Yeah, we did have an Asian Gang Investigators Association that focused on the emerging serious Asian gang crime, and Tom was a part of that, so was John Meslowski. Gary Hovind too, another one. But no, thank you for commenting on that. Anybody else? I know Greg Engfer put a nice post on there. Sent a picture of Tom. It had to be 1970. Tom and his canine with Jack Miller and one other guy. As you go through life, you look back at different things at different times and how things could change. Sometimes it's for the better.
Bridge, Minneapolis.
All right, well, we will be back. You know what happened last week? As soon as I let Pat go off on his own, he found a car that was driving reckless, got behind it, pursued it, turned it over to Sean. His camera recorded the entire incident. Billy Thurmer got to stick it.
Everybody was in the right place at the right time.
Pat avoided getting his tires stuck. That was amazing. I saw that stick go right between your...
I was threading the needle, let me tell you.
The needle. I don't know how Sean avoided him. Go back and figure that one out. But we're going to turn it over to Mike Martin now. So as soon as I figure out... You want to pick which one it is, Mike?
Yep. Ready?
Yep. We're going to turn it over to Mike Martin now.
Metro 345. Guess we just got a 911 call and they saw a dark gray Ford Mustang go westbound 694 from 81 passing on the shore. Completely dark zone.
I believe that's the car.
Hello, backseaters. You are in the backseat of my brand new Chevy Silverado pickup truck. No longer do I have the Tahoe. It's been given to someone else, and you will likely see it again in the CAT team.
Check out that other vehicle that we spotted earlier today.
I am on the east side of St. Paul right now. I was over in Minneapolis with Bob and Pat and Darren watching the street racers at the farmers market, and now I'm back over on the east side of St. Paul. They dispersed. I don't know where they went, but
4 to 5 miles left of the breaking into the construction site. They found the flashlight, like 2 minutes late.
we are on Maryland at Payne, and there's a couple cars we're looking for over here on the east side as well. So first I want to say thank you to everyone who wished me a happy birthday yesterday. I could not possibly respond to all of the birthday wishes, but it really meant a lot. My wife Ann and I went to Florida for a few days to Fort Myers Beach, and had just an awesome time relaxing down there, and going on a sunset cruise and saw some dolphins, which was really neat. So got to meet some nice people too down there from other areas of the country, but we really had a blast. It was super relaxing. So like I said, I'm back on the east side. I'm on Maryland going westbound here, coming up to Forest, and
I'm on scene. I'll just see if somebody waves me down.
we're very lucky that we didn't have any major issues there where you had hundreds of street racers. I don't know where they went to, but they left the farmers market, so generally they go somewhere else and meet up, and usually do a few groups. So sorry if you hear me yawning. I shouldn't be. I slept pretty well last night, and then I took a nap. So I guess I am got back here. The weather's actually pretty decent, so
advised to the east.
was talking about Bob and Pat about Tom Campbell. I had the honor of working with Tom Campbell both when I was at the Minneapolis Police Department and working Asian gangs in the gang unit there, as well as when I was at the gang strike force for a while. And just a great guy, Tom. Super helpful to everyone, always had something nice to say, and it was a pleasure having the opportunity to work with him, and he's in my prayers, and he and his family, and he had such a significant impact on so many people's lives, both as a cop and as a friend. So thanks for sharing him with us. We're eastbound on White Bear at Hazelwood now.
Yeah, on an AOA Interstate, eastbound 36, east of English.
Copy 36 English, 2242.
It's hard to tell. I have a new
Put me back on so I can call coming.
setup for my radio here and speaker, as well as the just the whole setup of the cab. So I'm gonna have to experiment a little to make sure I have the volume.
U-197, update on your status.
Up enough so that you can hear the radio.
Thank you.
If you haven't shared this broadcast, share it on Facebook or subscribe on YouTube. You can share it on YouTube as well.
Metro C66, check your status. Go for a spin on the toll. North 23.
Leone or Kyle, can you run that plate in blocks or Martina?
We're gonna go south here on White Bear. There's a new Southeast Asian gathering place. I don't know if it's all Hmong or if it's primarily Hmong, but we're gonna swing by and there and see what's going on as we're working here. And
But he has a place. I'm just.
Yeah, Paul Nora X-ray.
No, it's November Sierra Flight 968.
Copy.
so if you're new to this, to Live Out Patrol here, we are in the city of St. Paul, the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. Bob Fletcher is the sheriff, and his partner, Pat Scott, was his partner in the city of St. Paul. And he's
right
now
on St. Anthony, right on road by 280 Riverville.
Works with them over here.
Right,
And that's who was on earlier. And now you're with Under Sheriff Mike Martin. And Minneapolis cop for 25
You
years.
see me, it's going to be directly ahead of
Retired, and that came over here when the sheriff asked me to. And it's been a great opportunity.
Daryl Hudson, Minnesota, Romeo, Victor, 3868.
Copy White Bear, Old Hudson, 24.
Just heard someone call out at White Bear and Old Hudson, and we're almost there. So we'll see if they need assistance. It's St. Paul squad's out on a traffic stop.
323, 2773, because you guys are on 1109, Female human rang the door saying she got into a fight with someone. Caller's now afraid to leave after her shift. The subject's going to be a black female in her 30s, black jacket, and short pants.
We're going to swing in here and see if they need any help.
Nothing in Fletcher.
Traffic.
Only 150.
Looks like they're code 4, but we'll just wait for a minute and make sure.
Medical 1682 4th Street, Unit 301, 8-year-old female conscious breathing, stomach pain for the last 2 days. Medic 2947. That was a negative result from callback.
Copy. Go ahead, just clear it out with report and just use the call back later.
Copy it, 2020.
Could be about 3 ahead, but there's a female standing kind of right across from where it's parked. What do you got there? Don't check with Kyle about that. One of our vehicles almost there. You want to comment? Posted. Correct. I can read your mind.
That's 3436.
Portuguese.
Missing person at 2088 Bradley Street, now confronting a resident. Last on foot about an hour ago, as the tree inspected the car itself, but did not make any threats today. Presence in a gate project, probably being with safety 814. And then you went 73. It's playing at 3440 Willow. Neighbors driving their engine. Ready to pick you up? Come on, 227.
All right. Sorry, you probably didn't get to see much of that, but the gentleman, and I use that term very loosely, driving that car is, my guess is maybe living out of the car, but he said he's not, but the car belongs to his ex-girlfriend who has a restraining order against him. And he said that he was just coming from her house, which he's not allowed to be there. So that's why it took so long. Then he pulled the sovereign citizen card, the I'm not subject to your laws deal, which never works.
Heard 7 shots in the parking lot coming from the west. We have 190 Larpenteur Avenue West calling in 5 shots heard from direction of the houses behind that address. Possibly Wheelock and Woodbridge.
So, anyway, the officers were very patient with him, talking to him about, making sure he doesn't violate the restraining order, and a couple things he needed to do to straighten out his driver's license. So it was definitely not a deal where they could have stretched it to charging him, but it wouldn't have helped the situation. So
only get 694. That was Sam Boy Paul.
We're gonna head back north because there was a report of shots fired.
8841, my apologies. I got Long Lake 694 in the state. What was the last first?
We're a little slow to stop, but there's a car close.
Copy. It's going to start for 8841. The vehicle still stuck.
Alright, we're far away from that at Long Lake and 694, where a car wasn't stopping for the New Brighton officers, but it now stopped. But as I was saying, there were shots fired up off of Wheelock Parkway, just across the highway. So, and now an assault call just came in on Prosperity. Let me see if that's an old call that was just impending for the officers to do some reports. So we're gonna head back up that way. But anyway, sovereign citizens are people who believe that the government has no authority, and they should sort of follow
thank you.
Cops. So and they get convinced by
back over here.
Other folks that they could get away with that, and it doesn't ever work.
283.
So
How was the mail? Fairview and Larpenteur.
But this gentleman, I think, really wasn't even well versed in the arguments that they usually make. He had a card that said he was a sovereign citizen and wasn't subject to our laws. And once the officers explained to him that he was, he seemed to understand. So, but they can, those folks can become very violent in their actions when that they don't have to follow the law or listen to the police. Interestingly, the exception they usually give is for law enforcement, is sheriffs. I'm gonna back up a squad on another traffic stop here. We're at Ames and White Bear, northbound.
6920, copy out Roseville, Fairview Park.
Copy that. Squad 221. 221.
And 215.
They're right around the corner, so I apologize you can't see them here. But they look like they're pretty much code 4.
Copy, I'm out back.
So I am gonna move on.
328, 327.
as the traffic's clear here. We're back northbound on White Bear Avenue here, just passing Hazel Park School and coming up to Maryland Avenue.
$69.20.
Line of it started for this, or they start St. Paul if they haven't been.
Alina's standing by.
Yeah, you're both for thanks.
Coming up 2250.
4446.
446.
Okay, all my subject.
Looks like the shots fired on Wheelock and
Copy out with the subject 20.
Larpenter nothing's being found there. They're checking the area probably for shell casings, just to see if there were shots fired, but looks like there was multiple callers, which generally means it's a good call. If you haven't been following the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office Facebook page, it's separate from Live on Patrol, and it gives you a little more in-depth picture into our agency and the work that we do, and some of the people that you won't see on Live on Patrol, but also more in-depth stories about arrests and charging. Definitely tell that it's summer. Or not summer, but it's spring. It's getting nicer out, and things are picking up. There's more people out and about at night, and more events going on.
6920. Where the patient is now is no longer Alina's response area. They are starting at St. Paul now.
23.
23.
179. Stay clear. We just got to request.
Copy, WWC.
Copy at 2301.
I'll go for it. I get my constable.
So I have
for your Muhammad and the phone. Number is 110.
Monitoring all of the same as well as Ramsey and side channels. There's current again, so right, one of the two, and the other one There hasn't been much going on. That's the Street Racer channel. And the other one, Bob and Pat, are monitoring, so they'll let me know if there's something I need to know there.
Yeah, it's 2302.
I'll be out with your side of the intersection.
Copy. Oh, north side of the intersection. 2303.
So I got a message asking me to give a shout out to Jake Wilson, who's it's his first season as the head coach of the Maple Grove boys lacrosse team, and they have their home opener tomorrow. Good luck. Hopefully it goes well. I have a special gratitude for people who take the time to be mentors to young men and women and teach them the importance of teamwork and playing their role, and also hopefully being good young men and women. So thank you, and hopefully your game goes well. Westbound on Maryland here.
I want to keep seeing my tire still on. Wheel lock just east of Marion.
Nothing's on a casing in your tire, wheel lock east of Marion.
So they did find a casing just east of Wheelock on Maryland, which is kind of an onion. It's up there in the Central District.
Copy of 2305.
We're going to head across over into Central right now. Let's see how things are over here. When we cross over the 35E bridge here, we will be in the Central District.
272.
2306.
St. Paul has 3 districts, the West, Central, and East. And we are in the Central District here. We're right by the Foundry on Maryland and Jackson.
Indication between Woodbridge and Marion.
And the Foundry's not too busy tonight.
Between Woodbridge and Marion on Wheelock.
So they found the casings on Wheelock between Woodbridge and Maryland, so it'd be just west of Rice.
For the disorderly caller saying that the male in the apartment is being physical around their friend. Unknown if she needs medical attention and came upset with TC's questions. Disconnected at 2308.
We're southbound on Rice Street now. From Magnolia, Case, or Cook, I mean.
311 traffic.
311.
Severe in Maryland with Minnesota Lima Victor X-ray 244.
Everywhere, Bear Maryland.
Earlier, Bob and Pat were talking about Annie's Parlor. Great place to eat if you get a chance. It was closed down for a while after COVID, but now I've been told it's open again. Tremendous burgers and fries and malts.
Squad 320, we'll be out with you 11. 370, I'll be out with 311 also.
Last squad, can you go again, please?
8187 traffic.
Copy, 8197, go ahead.
Beverly Grove, Innsbruck Drive with Minnesota Freak, Victor John, 971.
So I'm running the license plate on
Copy,
this
Sutherland,
car
Innsbruck,
in
23.
front of us.
9175.
Okay.
Track 9173, disturbance at 5045 Division, with Garlic High School on the Bald Eagle side of the school. 2 males playing music on a speaker while playing roller hockey. Hey, copy. 2310.
9170 direction flash.
I'm sorry, can you go again, please?
9173 yellow flash.
Copy 75, I'll keep you clear.
She was carrying something into the bar.
Air 934, you. This squad's report.
So I'm not going to
2311.
mess with her. Although I could write her a tag. There's plenty of room for people to safely pass. So it was taking a second because initially I got a warrant hit on the registered owner of that plate, but it does not appear to be the woman who was driving it, so, and it's from another state. So we're southbound now and on Rice, approaching Pennsylvania here. We'll see how things are at the holiday.
What's 5?
Still, 597 Blair.
Copy, 597 Blair at 2312.
Traffic.
2176.
Snelling and Shields with Foxtrot, Juliet Lima 294.
Copy, Snelling and Shields at 23.
This is one of our busier convenience stores at night. It's one of the few that's open and kind of full service.
I'll be out with a female at Bean in case possibly related.
Seems good right now.
4467.
67.
You can clear as well, thank you.
Thanks.
2313. 4446.
You start medics, Forest Michael.
Copy, starting medics at 2313.
I'm going to turn here and go westbound on University Avenue.
4446. Can I confirm your location first, please?
Still watching all the pending calls and assigned calls.
Copy, 2136, understood 2013.
Like we glitched out there for a minute, but now hopefully we're back.
$44.38, $44.81. Suspicious at 2001 Bradley and Edgerton Park. Caller said there was a female driving a blue Mazda hatchback with a license. Bravo Golf Echo 480. They were swerving lanes and speeding, and they did just park at in the parking lot. I believe that the caller or the driver may be DK.
Yeah, one copy, quite there in Bigwood.
2315.
Dispatcher was letting the squads know about the erratic behavior of that driver, and she said they believe the driver might be DK. That means drunk. It's shorthand for drunk and police speak. On Dale now, and I'm gonna turn and go on Thomas. Gotta check it out. The Frogtown area. For those of you familiar with St. Paul, we are right by St. Agnes High School and church.
Lloydberry Margaret with Kansas plate Romeo 002165.
Tommy Weber and Margaret with Kansas plate at 2020.
One copy of the noise complaint that 561 for a loud party smell of marijuana. got that Toyota. A lot of people hauling in off of Warner yesterday. The homeless camp. Which homeless camp? You district? The one off of Warner. I can come to Yodi. I have mine's fully charged. I don't know. It's gonna be the archery range off of Fish Hatchery Warner.
So it sounds like they found an unoccupied stolen down off of Warner Road.
Yeah, there's another pickup pulling in. Might be a tough one, but I think our best bet's gonna be walking in there. But anybody got a good on Mark? I do. I have my Durango. I don't know if that's successful. Well, I didn't want to let take Ollie's on Mark in there and do it. I got nothing to set sheriff on me. I'll be there in a minute. Are you like at the entrance or where are you at? I whipped a U-turn. I'm going to whip another U-turn here and head back down there. Try to find a spot to meet up, and maybe we'll just grab a couple people and park down there. Maybe sit there for a little bit, keep an eye on it, and then if we can determine it's unoccupied, we'll just GPS quick and get out of here.
So they found
stay well out of sight. We're gonna be very low key on this one.
Stolen vehicle unoccupied.
Yeah, they don't know our vehicles or anything in that lot.
They have permission to place a GPS
Copy that. I'll just
device on that vehicle so that they can track it and hopefully catch the people who are in it. And so that's what they're talking about, arranging that.
I'm gonna go west here like a block, find a spot to park, and then we'll just team up 2 in 1 car and we'll go fuck it.
We're northbound on Rice Street. Here we're going to go back past Bourne's Bar and make sure that car's not still sitting there.
I am trying to find a spot to turn around. Okay, sucks as well. Maybe I'll get off on Child. Just wait over on the west side. Yep. Bill, you got nothing on you? You can just take your vest off and look like a homeless guy. Yeah, my beard's pretty much there. Alright, I'll speed up to you. We'll just go sit there for a little bit, scope it out, and do it quick. I'm still trying to turn around. Once I do, I'll meet you up probably east of that area. I just got up on Childs, where Derek got up, so I don't know how to be here. Sounds good.
So the cat team's sneaking around doing their thing, finding stolen cars and looking for a good traffic stop or some good pending call. So we're back eastbound now on Maryland.
Checking your status.
5183, they're on our car. They're going for.
There's just 114.
Probably at 23.
How much activity there is going on the radio? There's one pending call, and it's an old call that the officer has pending so that he can write the report, he or she, after they're done doing something else. So it's kind of unusual.
317, go for paramedics. Are you guys down to like the tracks or something? Yeah, get off on trial. I drove past you.
We're back on the east side.
Back, but no, I'm literally
go down.
Up the median right there and circle back around.
Here a little bit south.
I'll be with you guys in a minute. We're going to be sitting at 61 in Burris unless you want me somewhere else. Well, that's perfect, Pat. Just keep your eyes out for it. It's that great Toyota.
So Pat's back in the game.
Just in case it squirts out while we're getting this
watching. We're a little further north in case it gets up here.
I'm tucked back in a little dark nook. Start was that you right there? Yep. That's a good spot.
There's a lot of road construction going on up here. It's construction that wasn't going on when I left town, and apparently when I was out of town, they got sneaky and started blocking off streets. Southbound Forest. Hello, I saw you there on the corner. Thanks for waving. It's always nice when someone waves with all 5 fingers.
I'm in the area looking for the daughter.
We're gonna check over here by the M&H. Make sure everything's going well there. Usually there's an off-duty officer working at this time of night.
Check mirror status. Quick word, 2330.
Is everything up?
278 Tango.
Versus 282 Tango.
2330.
No calls pending, so we'll swing through down here.
Right, 213.
Flight 213.
Traffic Street, right in Pennsylvania. Minnesota license plate Golf Uniform Bravo 291.
Ozzy, are you coming down here?
Oh, do you want me to come down there? I'm at Friends in Nebraska, just station there.
Yeah, get off on Childs and come meet us. We're just gonna hop in your car quick and go over there. I'm sure they'll list these obvious.
It's busy as usual in there.
Can you hit the up stop for me real quick?
Got it. The tree. There we go.
But 2165, checking your status.
4-4.
Starting from bridge 2333.
So we're westbound on Minnehaha, and we're going to go south here on Payne. We are right by the St. Paul East Team station.
It's like an active argument taking place in September. Glass breaking.
Copy, hearing an active argument, glass breaking inside the apartment.
And when I copy, you show me back out and set the goals.
4436.
Changes in his IP, Trisco's report, and show me your risk of domestic.
Copy. Heavy code for 2335.
We are westbound on East 7th, and we're going to head up Lafayette Road here. We're right by
Single
the...
caller so far from that address, heard one shot, saw white vehicle took off, 2 black males were involved.
LEC, let me see here
Well, 36 copies around.
where that shots fired was. Burbank. Further away. We'll wait and see if more comes out. So there were callers heard
911
shots
Open Line,
fired.
89 Agate Street.
And
From that address, just where you screaming.
white vehicle took off.
2336. Quebec 2163 for suspicious 266 Mayfair in Vadnais Heights. Caller's roommate had somebody over earlier. They got into an altercation. The vehicle went missing. They believe that she still has the key fob. They just sent the vehicle out. The female is named Tiffany White, female, 40 years old, about 5'9", thin, wearing tight clothing, and has one missing front tooth and red hair.
Left on scene at this time. Was a sedan. Male who shot the gun was not driving. Possibly a black female driver was last seen northbound Birmingham.
Lights are on.
Another second caller now calling 270 Birmingham. White man parked in the building. Began shooting at this one.
Me and Bill are going to drive up there. Scope it out.
hopefully plenty. If it's occupied, I'll let you guys know. If it is, just move in and bid it.
Let me see here. I'm gonna pull over.
Your killer truck.
So the male fled the scene, but he left the white car out in front.
I'm going to move in closer for now then. Darren, if I'm coming west on Warner, I get off on Childs.
And the Birmingham address.
No, that's just where we rendezvous. Do you know where that archery range is? It's going to be like your first left. You have a dirt road. There's a bunch of brand new cars parked down there as well. If I'm coming west, what do I pick?
Take a left on Fish Hatchery. It'll be your first one. You'll also see me. I'll pull out to Warner a little bit so you can see me. I'll be just facing south on Warner and a little dirt road on the north side.
Seems like the first caller thinks the male of a shot went into the building at 273 Birmingham. It might have been the building next to it.
36 copies on scene. 44 percent, yeah. As well. On clock out.
There's a lot of squads going over to that, but I'm gonna head that way just in case.
Shots fired all over the road. Specific, here's a too far from you. Really, someone might have got, well, I don't know, it's a good shot. Several calls. 36 on the phone. Copy that, thank you. Sorry about that, Sean.
Passenger seat of the vehicle, black male, black clothing, 5'9".
Alright, we're gonna head over to Regent's Hospital because it sounds like the shooting victim from that last shooting is in a car that's headed this way. Hospital, so we are gonna head.
Spanish language line. Unknown from what I've read. 2 shots heard 5 minutes ago. Victim ran behind the building. Unknown if they were injured themselves. The vehicle was northbound on Birmingham.
Two shots were fired towards 273 Birmingham.
Copy.
We'll be pulling in just a second.
So it's not uncommon for if a shooting occurs for the victim to get in a car and get driven to the hospital. So we are gonna head to the hospital and see if they show up here.
6 was a trick by the building, no signs. We're not sure where the victim ran to. Possibly either 273 Birmingham or 277 Birmingham.
Having a trick by the building, unable to locate the VIC, possibly ran to 277 or 73 Birmingham.
Alright, it sounds like they may switch over to...
He kept yelling at an officer saying he was on the phone, but he think he had somebody in the squad.
For noise complaint, 501 Blair Avenue, for loud music and yelling.
So we are down at the emergency entrance at Regent's Hospital, waiting to see if a car shows up with the victim in it from the shooting.
7213, what's your location?
I'll be with squad 215.
Copy.
Squad 259 EOT 173. 188. 188.
We're clear to the left.
So we're just waiting here to see.
Someone put a nurse foot down my bus.
If a vehicle shows up.
That's from an NEOT 376.
Negative feet. That's the zone. Five 3 and 538.
Any other spots for midnight EOT? 799 2345.
529.
539.
Cancel 534, I'll go for 537.
534, you can stay clear.
So far, it's not looking like our shooting victim showing up here at the hospital, but there is more than one door.
On the scene of the domestic corrections or disturbance.
But this is the one they generally come into. Because if they've been here before, this is where they would usually go in if it wasn't a really bad situation. I'm gonna back up here for a minute and check the back ambulance entrance area, but I doubt they would pull in there.
Okay.
He's actually pulling away.
Welcome back, backseaters. Mike is down there at the hospital, of course, seeing if the victim shows up. We are out in the Midway, Rev and I.
Hello, everyone.
The Rev is back. Rev, they miss you. You know that, right?
Yes, I miss them too.
What do you got to say, Rev?
Well, I hope we can get one of these.
It's you know what? It's the Rev reflection. You remember when? Okay, I'm gonna date myself here. Youngdahl, Reverend Paul Youngdahl.
Yeah.
Used to have. You probably don't remember this. He was one of the first preachers to have a sermon in the morning on TV, like 6 after the. after the test. There used to be what's
The
called
screen
a
goes-
test screen there. And then he would show up. Live for Today, I think it was called. No, Reuben K. Youngdahl. His son was Paul, who I knew Paul Youngdahl, great guy. Reuben K. Youngdahl, and it was Mount Olivet Lutheran Church over on 50th in South Minneapolis. And every morning he would have Live for Today with Reuben K. Youngdahl. It was a devotion, okay? So this is going to be Live for Today with Reverend Daryl Spence. What do you got to say, Rev?
That's a heck of a setup.
Well,
took us way back to when the TV had the
test pattern.
Test pattern,
yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's just been a beautiful week since last week. Everything is just coming together, and we just continue to say thank you to the backseaters for the continued support. It's good. We can go on you got social media and able to see that see what everybody's into, see all the different things. Dano, thank you for all you do out there. You're doing a great job. Even Pat Scott is you see him on all the sites. I said, Pat,
you got too much time on your hand. I got to check on what you're doing during the day.
Pat has too many. Pat's on every page. I said, boy, Pat works too much. So it's good. We've had some kids we've been talking to. Me, Star Wars. Downtown is a different place right now with the Skyway not being open. With the weather changing, we're starting to get more people outside. We had a incident. I don't know if anyone saw it. A couple knives. A guy was out.
Well,
with a
explain
couple
why
knives.
the Skyway is closed. The city condemned the Alliance Bank building.
Alliance Bank.
And so, in condemning it, they closed the Skyways that work through downtown, which is problematic for a lot of people, right?
A lot of people. We've got people, especially like in the press house, who are in wheelchairs that can no longer go to where they used to go, or elderly people who, you know.
Do you know why they can't keep the Skyways open even if the buildings aren't?
Well, there's it's dark.
Well, could the city arrange? I mean, the city's now in control since they condemned it. I don't really understand how they can't
get some lighting
in there. I mean, I don't know. I just think you got to keep the Skyways open, right?
I would think so.
Info squad channels 1 and 2 are temporarily tied.
And everyone has moved into the town square. The people who were in
215, copy the narcotics.
that building, they're all moved. But can't nobody get there.
Smoking out of a pipe on the 4th floor. White male.
Yeah, you can't get from town square because the Skyway
is cut off right there.
Off.
Yeah.
Well, it's not good. But at least it's not winter.
Right. If it was winter, it'd be really bad.
They're gonna have to call it a walkway. Streetway. Sidewalkway. So we were over here at this new bar across the street earlier, the Delia Sports Bar, right?
Yeah,
a nice place.
Look nice.
Very nice, very nice. These look very updated in there. TV screens, etc. There's your loon, your blue loon. Next week it's gonna be painted green. Week after red. Okay, at least one color per month, right?
At least. That would be so nice.
Spray paint the whole thing, one different color each month. And probably green should be the favorite, right? The green loon?
Well, probably blue.
Well, but I mean the Minnesota Seal's got a loon on it and it's got green. Green and blue, yeah, you're right. But all one color. None of this trying to do part of it one color. Just people would come out to get their pictures taken with a different loon every month.
Right.
I'll be done for tonight.
Right. So, I don't know.
Thanks for staying home.
And you know, so that would be, you know, it could be the state mascot. No, city mascot of St. Paul. The Loonies.
But you see how those lights are?
Yeah.
We could be able to change those light bulbs
And make them
and
a
not
color.
have right.
Yeah, but you can't. Okay, we should start with changing light bulbs. I agree with you there.
Yeah.
But in the daytime, that wouldn't work.
Right.
You know, you gotta have some reason that people want to come and see the loon. Like something happened, something new and exciting every month. People that come from all other cities, Chicago, Minneapolis, long ways away like St. Cloud. Let's go see the loon.
Wilmer. I met some people from Wilmer that are backseaters. Met them this week. And yep, I forgot your name, but
Yeah. Well, now we got to have a contest. You know, there's always been a contest as where the Paul Bunyan was from Brainerd, Bemidji, Detroit Lakes, Villager, Hinckley. There's a lot of debate over who has the original Paul Bunyan. We could do that with the loon too. We could start a contest, and we could have each city's up north in northern Minnesota where the loon is very prevalent in the lakes. They could each have their own 6-foot loon, right?
Right. There you go.
So you gotta have a marketing mind, you know. And people can stand next to them. Then you can stand next to the loon. I'm just saying.
It'll be something to go to other cities for to see who can get the most pictures by a loon.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah.
Travel Minnesota. Give us your best. Give us your loon collection. I like the loon.
I like that.
I like when the loon's just sitting there stately too. You know, because when I've been out there, sometimes I just, when I go fishing, I'm talking to the loons. What are you laughing at? Because here's what I do. How's that? Those are ducks. That's not a loon family. You gotta know how to talk to the loon family.
Good job.
Okay. Don't be making any short cutouts of that.
I bet it's already too late.
Oh. I love northern Minnesota. If you're from northern Minnesota, if you got family up there, we're going to talk about them right now. We're going to talk about northern Minnesota.
Negative.
Because here's my experience in northern Minnesota. When I was a young boy, my dad always had old cars, 10 years old. And we used to drive up to a lake north of Brainerd. In fact, can you pull the comments out, see if you can read these? Little lake north of Brainerd, now actually north of Mille Lacs, called Farm Island Lake. So my dad would, half the time the car might not make it up there. We might have to get breakdown. But Farm Island Lake, north of Brainerd, for those of you, actually it's north of Aiken, just north of Aiken, Minnesota. So for those of you that live up there, north of Aiken, you're familiar with Farm Island Lake. There was a resort up there. The cabin was about the size of my bedroom at home. And what was great, on the way up there, we stopped at Garrison, and I think it's on 169 there. And a lot of cool shops there. Back then they called them trading posts, but a lot of turquoise, metal, etc. Can you read the comments at all?
No comments yet.
Well, you're gonna, okay.
We're on the right.
Farm Island. There we go. So that was place number one. And then we would go there every year when I was really little. My dad had a 5-horse Johnson engine that he would bring up there and then rent a regular 14-foot tin boat. We'd go out fishing. That was fun. We didn't have many resources back then, but 1 week at Farm Island Lake, northern Brainerd. with a stop at Garrison. And then as I got older, I went to church camp. Little Big Boy Lake, Little Big Boy, Reamer, Minnesota, which is a little further up there. And it was a great church camp up at Little Big Boy, Lutherdale, Camp Lutherdale. And spent some great years up there in that area. And of course, Boy Scouts, we used to go over to Wisconsin, to Rice Lake, Tomahawk campsite.
South of Aiken on 169, Iron Ranger, Loud and Proud.
Iron Ranger, Loud and Proud.
The original and iconic Paul Bunyan and Babe the Blue Hawk statues are located in Bemidji, Minnesota.
See, Bemidji claims ownership of Paul Bunyan. And I agree, deserve it, but Brainerd's got a good Paul Bunyan too. So it's a tough call for you northerners. But like I said, Rice Lake, Wisconsin, Tomahawk Scout Reservations.
Raymer is the home of Bigfoot.
Bigfoot, okay. And so those were fun times. As my dad got a little older then, he wanted to go to Cross Lake. Cross Lake over there on the Cross Lake chain, just north of Brainerd. And we used to stay at the campsite there, the Corps of Engineers Army campsite. And we were camping there the night that the astronauts landed on the moon.
What do they got going on across from you there?
So that was, I remember from Bobby, you gotta get up. We're about to land on walk on the moon.
Yeah. What year was
July
that?
of 69.
69.
July of 69.
And how old were you?
I was 14 years old. 16 event. History we had right there, the tent and the neighbor little TV rabbit ear antenna. So my dad loved Cross Lake. He was really thought about buying a house up there so many times. He actually worked for the Corps of Engineers. It's one of the reasons we tried their campsite. And then, of course, as I got older, for myself, my wife and I, we wanted to, Chrissy and I like Gull Lake. And so we've been over at, we've been to Cragen's, Madden's, and Gull Lake. Oh yeah, Grandview Lodge on the north side. That's my wife's favorite, I gotta say. Even though I can't really afford Grandview Lodge every year. That's a little pricey, but beautiful place. Great flowers up there. And so we've gone to Grandview Lodge and you know, I probably mentioned I went ice fishing there one year. Ernie's little bar there where you can take the boat over and get some food at Ernie's. Beautiful sunny day. So those are just some of my lake experiences in Minnesota. There's been others along the Mississippi River occasionally. Oh, our reading program, our kid program, is going down to Rushford tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Rushford, our
trout.
Taking our kids trout fishing on the river down there at Rushford.
Yeah.
And that'll be great. Thank you, Daryl Gillette. Same river that overflew like 15 years ago. That wasn't that long, 10 years ago. We went down to help them with the flooding they had in Rushford.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know it existed until I looked on the map today.
Yeah. Well, maps are important. It's hard to find them.
Yeah.
I'm a big map guy.
Me too. I want to know where I'm.
Turn that one up there a little bit. We're looking for trouble, but we're having a hard time finding it.
Yeah, I think so too. The squad's all over.
We've been over hanging by the border thinking that Minneapolis State Patrol detail was going to end up chasing some racers out.
You want to place the other thing in 30 minutes?
Turn that down now. Your hand at TV.
Oh, yeah, your car, right?
Here, put this one over there. Thanks, buddy.
Yeah.
So So anyhow, Minnesota's got some amazing lakes. 10,000 they claim, but there's actually more than that. And so many different opportunities. Square Lake over here in Minnesota, one of the clearest lakes around. I did a lot of scuba diving there when I was younger in Square Lake because of its beauty. Of course, White Bear Lake, locally White Bear. Phelan has no motors on Phelan, just 10-horse electric. It's a great lake. Jarvis, Phelan, Keller. White Bear Lake is beautiful. And of course, Minnetonka. If you're in South Minneapolis, you love your lakes for that chain of lakes.
Yeah.
So, very, very blessed to have so many great opportunities to enjoy the lakes.
It's that time of year. People will be walking the lakes.
It is.
I like to walk Como.
Como is amazing.
Bravo 089
Yeah, my wife used to walk Como all the time with her mom and dad, family back then, sisters.
I really like to walk that one. Old Barnes.
A lot of reconstruction planned here for Rice Street. Representative Samakab Hussein has ensured that there's funding to help improve this corridor here, get the street redone. It'll be a great improvement.
I know they already started tearing up here.
Yeah, way up at the north end up there, huh? Yeah. Gonna work their way down.
Morning, just video for a minute.
What else you got to report, Rev?
I'm trying to remember what I was supposed to say. Don't be mad at me, Colette. I'm trying to remember. I know we got a lot of things we're partnering with other organizations. We're going to
Thomas Siegel.
You're on the wrong camera.
Who told us that?
One of the backseaters.
How long has that been? Well, apparently we were on the wrong camera for a while.
Black screen.
Rev and I were talking about Sunday. There's a big hockey game between the city of St. Paul and Ramsey County.
Domestic. You can clarify.
Yours truly, Bob Fletcher, coaching the county team, and John Choi, County Attorney John Choi, is playing for the county team, as well as several of your CAT team members, Kyle Williams, Thomas Siegelstrom. Don't forget those guys. Chris Tolbert, who used to be on the St. Paul team, now has been traded for a $100,000 bonus. He's now playing for the county team. He works for John Choi since he left the city council. But this is a fundraiser for the St. Paul Intervention Project for Domestic Abuse. And Shelley Klein, of course, the executive director there, has put this together. We're going to post it. We'll have more information tomorrow. But for tonight, put it on your calendar for game at 12:30. It'll probably start a little later than that. But the doors open at 11:30. We will be down to Grief, and there's a silent auction down there.
Okay.
I can't remember if I put a silent auction for a Live on Patrol ride along for that one or not. I may have. Not sure. But I'll know tomorrow. I should probably find that out. Backseaters might want to come and bid on the silent auction, right?
Right.
But you can also donate online. But, you know, it's more fun to have you come down and root for us. Root.
For the home team.
Yes, for the home team. Home team. And so every year it's a close game. But this year, getting Calvert over to our team, we got the odds-on favorite this time. I think. I'm just saying, it only cost us an extra $100,000 to get him to switch. Traded him right over to us. But Chris Tolbert, so we will all be there. CAT team members, Undersheriff Mighty Mike is going to be in the audience too. I think Chief Axel Henry is dropping the puck, if I recall.
Okay.
So Sunday, 12:30. We'll post more information about it tomorrow. If you're listening to this on Saturday, then it's actually the next day already.
Sounds like it's going to be a fun event.
Are you coming? You can stop by?
I will stop by, but I will not be in skates.
How was the vehicle?
You do skate, though. I have seen you skate.
No.
Oh, yeah. You skate. Like when I call meetings down there at the meeting, you sit in the back, you just skate right out the back door. Just disappear. You're like skating, floating.
Well, that part probably guilty as charged.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm as good as John Scheller.
Yeah, there's another guy.
He taught me everything I know about skating out.
Well, all right, go ahead. You got some more shout-outs. Pat says you got them all.
I got them all.
Okay,
I got to get back to where we were at.
Don't read that hockey one until we get through with our important hockey game. Yes, there is another hockey tournament next week, but not this week.
All right, we got a happy birthday, April 14th.
Hang on a second.
Zulu Golf X-ray 439.
Victoria and Aurora. Let's see what happens there. All right, go ahead. Happy birthday.
Sandy Sattler, April 14th. Love from Mom Sharon.
Okay.
Happy birthday, Lucas Cowden. Turns 38 on April 11th. Love from Aunt Nancy. Happy April birthdays to Mighty Mike Martin and Duke of Clear Right, Pat Scott.
Yeah, that's right. It's Pat's birthday too, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you, Stormy.
Pat.
Happy birthday, Rick Seidel of Edwards, Minnesota. Turned 59 on April 9th.
You're good at this.
Happy birthday, a double
Chris Scott Start of Granville, Michigan, wishes to wish his birthday buddy, Pat Scott, happy birthday on April 13th. Happy birthday, Chris. Shout out to the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office Pitmasters.
Pitmasters.
Using your skill to keep our streets safe. That's from Teresa Evans in Red Wing, Minnesota.
And by the way, on that, just to interrupt him, if you haven't seen the 2 videos of the pits that occurred in the last couple days by our patrol division, and one of our guys, Deputy Winkle, just does amazing pits. He's always never afraid of ending a chase, which is the safest way, do a safe pit. And one of our new sergeant, Scott Erickson, amazing, smooth as butter pit. But take a look at, as I mentioned before, there's going to be a lot of content on the Ramsey County Sheriff's page that won't be vice versa. So try to follow our official department page that Steve Linders manages. And you think that guy went through that red light?
Yeah, but yeah.
Do you think he didn't know it was red? What do you think?
Let's see what he does.
Is that a green one there, though, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I got to be honest with you. I wasn't paying close enough attention to say. I'm sure a backseater could watch that and determine that he did, but anyhow. Rev, you go ahead and continue.
All right. It says, first of all, thank you for your service. I was wondering if you could do some shout out. On April 6th, my granddaughter, Alea, celebrated her 4th birthday. My daughter and her husband, Cassie and Andy Johnson, celebrated their 1-year wedding anniversary. Cassie is also a police officer who I am so proud of. The biggest shout out goes to my mom and dad, Glenn 93 and Dolores 89 Soderstrom. Yep, who are celebrating their 72nd 72nd wedding anniversary on April 11th, today. Wow, what an honor. Thank you.
That is amazing.
And that is it for this week.
There might be some late ones that came in. I'll take a look here when we get downtown here.
Thank you, Pat.
I don't know how our cameras switch like that. You think the smartest man, Kyle Meestead, is home watching and then he falls asleep and then his head falls on the screen?
That might be it.
Don't you think? Or does he just, you think he's just, playing with us just to, he's like the puppet master, because he has total control.
He wanted to see if we were paying attention.
Yeah.
He wanted to see if you backseaters were really watching.
Well, there is that black screen, huh? I don't know how that happens. I wonder if it's something we say. I wonder if Siri thinks that we're trying to change the...
171.
You're braver than me. I don't even say that word around my phone.
Yeah, I know. It's always listening.
Caller sounds intoxicated, yelling about her son opening and closing her door. You can hear a male in the background yelling about a bottle of liquor, saying he's not doing anything. 171 copy. At 17 minutes.
Have you been on 5th of Minnesota lately?
Yeah.
It's empty.
You mean?
The store is closed. The tobacco store.
176, 166.
Yeah, I know.
Copy the suspicious.
Special shout out to our buddy Gus Manderscheid. Gus, thanks for watching. He sent us a little hello. We've talked about Gus, one of the kindest, nicest people we know. Works at the rink, taking tickets there. Sometimes at the movie theaters I run into him.
117, cancel 171. 171, you can stay clear. Thank you, Machine Man.
Everybody good? They're all moving.
Yeah.
They all have a plan. At least it's warm enough, huh?
Right.
Now, is because the whole building's closed, is Jackie's peg leg closed too?
Closed.
Closed. And didn't he buy another bar or something? I heard he bought another bar downtown somewhere.
Oh, did he?
That's what I heard.
Isaac, if you're listening, let me know.
What?
That's who owns it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think I heard he got another spot.
I hope he did. I had just eaten there the Sunday, trying to support them. They had a brunch. It was pretty nice. What is she doing?
I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a lot going on. Wait for those guys over there. Transit cops are out there working. They've been more and more involved in stuff because Transit's been a hub of a lot of activity.
Yeah.
Not just here, but University Avenue. I'm gonna see if Candyland will stay open late on Fridays. There's always construction somewhere down here, isn't there?
Always. That gold line. I wonder how the ridership is going.
I heard they're pretty empty.
Empty?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, here's the problem, okay? But, I'm not critiquing anybody, but the gold line was conceived when people were working downtown.
Right.
Right? The idea was to move people downtown to their employment. Cheaper than renting a car, parking, or owning a car, parking, paying gas, etc. But the problem is now there aren't that many people working downtown. So the only reason to get, if you didn't work downtown, what would be the reason to get on the gold line? Shop downtown.
Yeah, the car's back here. There's people back here too. Just
maybe the shop in Woodbury.
I'm trying to find a place where I can
mute that for a minute, will you?
If they can come into the restaurant and say, "You're the Rev," and I said, "Well, how do you know that? We heard your voice."
Yeah.
Imagine your voice.
Well, there is that. You know, this building on the right here. Speaking of my childhood, well, both of these are the Science Museum, right? Well, they were, but this one turned into what? Church?
Yeah.
Scientology.
Yeah.
But This little building right here. See these doors right here?
Mm-hmm.
My mom would bring me down here every Saturday.
Sure, right. Minneapolis, Gosman 70. We're back in the area here.
To go to the Science Museum. They have programs for kids down here.
Oh, wow.
Drop you off. You watch some movies, do some stuff. It's like a science day, and then they'd pick you up at the end of the day. Learned a lot there at the Science Museum. But it's not the Science Museum anymore. It's the Health Department maybe or something. And the Science Museum is over on the river now.
Right, it's history something.
History. So. Oh, a beautiful picture there of the Capitol in the background behind the Law Enforcement Memorial. It's kind of a nice picture, actually.
Right.
I like the concept of
law and order.
Politicians backing up law enforcement.
Yeah.
Some of them. You can kind of see it. See that little picture there? Law enforcement, the memorial. I like it.
114, 178.
Report of a shooting earlier over on Birmingham. The victim apparently self-transported somewhere, but not Regions.
78.
We don't have any reports.
Medics at 2700 University Avenue. There's a female laying in front of the Dogwood Cafe.
2700 University Avenue. A female laying in front of the cafe.
166, 178.
I am really shocked. Pursuits stemming out of that race gathering.
Parking lot's all wide open.
But
166, your case number is 0.
maybe they're learning your lesson. What do you think?
I think.
Yeah.
Well, it's a very strong law. If you get caught in a pursuit, you're forfeiting. You're giving up your car.
121. Your case number is 060 025.
Call for 25 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you don't want to give up a nice car.
Plus, with the helicopters, I didn't mention, but we did have helicopters. Oh, I got another report. I got to tell you, two of our, and for those, you go read the comments because someone was going to comment on this. Two of our historical auto thieves / breaking into cars are two juveniles that now are 18 years old. One of them just turned 18 here in the last 2 weeks. Got arrested today in Edina. And I won't mention their names here, but you can see them on the Crime Watch Twitter page. The Crime Watch X page, Twitter page, Minnesota Crime Watch. The Edina gave a press release out at 12 this afternoon, but the Crime Watch people went and figured out who got arrested. So I'm very disappointed. I just talked to these two kids yesterday and try to talk them into not stealing, okay?
Right.
But they break into cars, steal whatever's loose. Credit cards are their favorite, and then they go use the credit cards, which is a felony. So, when I'm talking generally, I don't have the specifics yet on the Edina case, but Edina arrested them. And they'll be charged sometime, probably on Monday. But they're both local kids, and then Edina came over and did a search warrant over in St. Paul. Search warrant. So, but I can tell you that they roamed Edina, South Minneapolis and Edina, looking for victims. South Minneapolis, any day.
I was gonna hang around a little bit.
And, there's obviously a lot of more income there in Edina than some places, so.
Well, I think I have to call it. I'm certain stage here.
So, anyhow.
That I understand.
Copy, it was 2356.
Worked with those kids for the past 3 or 4 years, tried to get them. And I will say this: I am a believer that if the justice system holds kids accountable at a young age, they're less likely to do it as they become 18. And our system has some weaknesses there.
Right.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Right? Every kid's different. Everybody has different needs.
Probably early morning.
And then the other thing is that one of the other families we've been working with, the social services finally decided that the mother, we won't mention any names, was so poorly prepared and able to take care of children that, finally we've been saying that those kids need a better environment. They took some action. And God bless them. Thank you, social services, because one of the problems, though, folks, is we need more foster homes. Back when I was a young juvenile commander, we could take kids to children at Regents Hospital, and then we had foster homes that would take them anytime. We don't have as many foster homes availability as we used to. There might be there, but in terms of availability.
Right.
Dale and Rondo.
I think you should think about being a foster father.
Who?
You.
I
think you'd be great at it.
Copy in 30 minutes.
Dale and Rondo. You heard that?
Sure, yeah. That's why I'm going this way. That's my only superpower, really. Radio listing. My wife hates it. 6, 7 radios blaring at one time. And most normal people would hate it, right?
Right.
CAT team did a search warrant right down the street here. The rest of the guys with some guns and drugs. This week.
1504 Sherburne, apartment 1. Loud music, make the whole
What do we got here? No black stripes on that one, right? Oh, yes.
Yes, there is.
Okay. Well,
170.
it's not one of the ones we want, but it is a black striped.
Copy at 31 minutes.
That one's a Challenger, though, right? Instead of a Charger.
Car 624.
Unit 141. 56-year-old male pressure breathing. He fell and had
166. 166.
Okay, just ran right by him. I think
Hey, cancel medic, send to 114. Females walking away, declining services.
he's making a U-turn.
Copy, canceling medic.
Have you noticed how quiet Selby's been?
Yes, we were talking about that today.
I mean, it's just amazing, isn't it?
Amazing.
What do we attribute that to?
I don't know. I think with what's her name? Rondo Land Trust.
Huh?
Rondo Land Trust.
Okay.
Dedicates resources to rehabbing and reopening all the buildings.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a big plus.
Well, what do you attribute the quietness now?
I think that did it. By her obtaining the buildings up on that end,
Okay.
or by them, I shouldn't say.
Well,
her.
I think that's a factor, but come on. Being a St. Paulite, a Selbyite, we all know the big reason that things are quiet on
we
Selby.
ain't gonna say that.
We all know the reason things are quiet on Selby, Rev. Because you did amazing work. God bless you. Okay, I'm not going to say it. Nobody's going to get to say it.
We're not going to say it.
Okay. All right, we'll get to say it. But you longtime backseaters who've watched us for a while, you can put it in the comments.
Yeah, I want to see.
And you can put it in the comments because you guys know why Selby's quiet now. Yep.
028.
Quiet Selby.
Quiet.
It's amazing how few calls we get down here. I mean, we worked this street for 40 years. This is the quietest it's ever been. Even before Latimer started the development here.
Yeah.
This is just
Heavy
quiet.
1 and
10-2.
Yeah. Look how quiet it is.
Downtown.
Okay. Occupied stolen downtown. Well, let's go see what we can do.
It's not that white Charger.
No. But he's not moving.
8197, 8190.
Where is it? Is it still moving or what's going on?
Somebody rang the bus.
We're not really giving you updates.
224, repeat your last.
224. We're one in custody.
Okay.
341 in custody.
Occupied stolen, did not flee. St. Paul's got it.
And they got him.
Did somebody get it right? No?
Yeah.
I can't read the little words on your phone. That's enough?
Yeah.
Well, that isn't the only reason, but the point is that there's been a lot of good work going on, both from law enforcement, the community, the developer, like you said, and, you know, this neighborhood used to be on the brink.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And it no longer is. It's doing great.
But it take a visionary like you to.
No.
Yes. To.
Well, it isn't. I'm just going to be honest with you. That people talk about it isn't that complicated to reduce crime.
166.
You just have to go to where it is and put the fire out, right?
Right.
I mean, people say, "Oh, well, don't spread your resources around the whole town if there's no fire. Go to where the problems are." So take a look at Case and Edgerton, right?
Yeah.
Remember that?
I remember it.
How about LaFond and Elfeld?
Yes, I remember that.
LaFond and Elfeld. I mean, you know, 4th Street over there. I mean, you can just take, if you put your time and attention into the problems, they won't grow.
Isabella Street East for a constable heard 3 loud booms, unknown if it's shots fired or fireworks. 36 minutes.
You know, so it's the same thing anywhere. You just target resources to where the hot. I don't know. I just think it's very complicated. Right, Rev? I mean, look at the impact everywhere you guys have gone. Boom.
Right.
6 months.
Hey, did we say happy birthday to Mickey Frost?
I don't think we did.
Mickey Frost, and him and his wife celebrated his birthday in grand style.
They did.
They went to Egypt.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Who told me they went to Egypt?
Yeah, I just talked to him the other day. He said it's the best thing.
Took his children with too, right?
Yes.
To Egypt.
Went to Egypt.
Yeah. That's cool. It's really cool. Really, really cool.
Innovation with November Alpha Mike 735.
If you're friends with Mickey on Facebook, you should look at the pictures. He looks like he's at home with his dreads, and he's got this white thing tied around his head. He looks like he belongs there. He said he had a ball. Him and his beautiful wife. I was like, yes.
212, copy the update.
Never been to
38
Egypt.
minutes.
Studied the history there, though.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, that's an ancient. It goes way back. And, of course, you know, being a man of Scripture,
Yeah.
Moses spent some time there.
Copy.
Right?
Yeah.
And the whole Jewish population was enslaved there for many years. Until Moses freed the people after the plagues, right?
After the plagues.
After the plagues. And there's a line in the Bible that I've mentioned before that's very powerful. It's dramatized in the movie. After Moses is frustrated, doesn't think he really can do what God wants him to do, and he's meeting with God in the burning bush, right? And finally he says, "What do you want me to do, Lord?" And after Moses tried and failed all the time, God just says, "Watch." And then God performs.
That's right.
Some miracles.
All you do is watch.
Watch. All you can do is watch. Behold and watch. So, but of course, the pyramids are an unbelievable mystery of creation, right? I mean, how do the manpower? How do you build something like those, right?
Who had the? Wow.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say. I have a hard time with just Legos. We're going back. We're going to go tool around up in Como a little bit. We have crime surrounded tonight, folks. They're all waiting for us to go off. Actually, last week we went off live. We ended up stopping. Those two that got arrested today in Edina.
Right.
176 clear, advised with 170.
And
yeah, be in 40 minutes.
You try to convince them, hey, you're gonna get caught if you keep doing stuff. Just don't. I did have a call from one of their friends that's troubling me. I'm going to tell you, I just got to be honest with you. We've worked with these kids for 4 or 5 years now, and they're getting to the age now where they know this is a dead end if they keep up. But one of them told me, I need a job. Can you help me get a job in the trades?
That's 221-215.
That, we have to work on that. We have to get some labor trade jobs.
There's complaint 1987th Street West for a doctor.
Right.
Well, we can send them to Summit OIC. We have a connection there that we can get them into schools where they can learn the trade and then go right to work.
Okay.
And if they don't have their high school diploma, they can get their GED right there.
This one said, hey, I got my degree now. Now I just need a job.
Well, you need to send them to the Union Hall.
I don't know exactly, because they need a little pre-screening, some of these kids, to make sure that they have the work ethic, right?
Right.
But basically, what I told them, if you worked half as hard at a trade job as you did in the past stealing cars,
hey,
you're gonna make it.
He's gonna make it.
The cop called back and wants to speak with officers.
If he's listening, call Mickey Frost. He will begin the process to get you to a trade organization.
Okay, we're gonna hook up Mick when he gets back, and I'm sure he is
He's
listening.
back.
I'm sure he is listening. So call me tomorrow. You know who you are, and we'll try to fulfill that request.
117, copy update.
At 42 minutes.
Yeah, we have a very good connection at Summit OIC in Minneapolis.
Well, that's good.
And she will work with whoever we can get over there. You want to learn a trade.
We are in Como Park. We got all the radios on, folks. Prince. The Prince light is on. Look at that ahead of us. Purple. Isn't that gorgeous? Prince light.
We were talking about walking around this lake. You ever walked and read all the names on the benches?
I have not read them all, but my father-in-law, Jim Ryder, is on one of them.
Yep, Jim's on one.
Yep. Jim Ryder. Council member. Wonderful man. Funnier than hell.
This was his ward, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah.
See what do you think you're supposed to be like back?
Thankfully, he passed his sense of humor onto his daughter.
Put him in like the cup holder thing in front of the shifter.
And thankfully, she doesn't use that on me.
All right.
Are you taking off for class tomorrow? Just so have a good night. See you next week.
Just went back 201 to Marciana shots fired. 221 5th Street, beautiful caller. 4 loud bangs. Believes there were shots.
Downtown, in the middle of, right by the bus station there, somebody thought they heard some gunfire. Further east than the bus station, down a little more by Mears Park.
Cover your back into the deck. Hey, from 273, correction, 272 is going back.
Got it.
45 minutes.
534
We're going to try to stay out here till we...
Have a nice night.
Good night.
Somebody brings up a little stolen car here. Again, if you haven't seen the 2 videos on the Sheriff's Department official page, go there and watch them, because the 2 pit maneuvers that are there, some great police work by our patrol officers. We're gonna put more of those. I've decided we're gonna, on that page, on the Sheriff's Department page versus Live on Patrol, we are gonna publicize squad car video of incidents like that.
That's good.
And it's good to see what your officers are up to. I mean, you're not going to see it live there, but you're going to feel like it's live.
Came in the area of CHS Field within the last 5 minutes.
Copy.
46 minutes.
46 minutes. So you and Beverly are watching the Timberwolves, and how did they do tonight?
Well, when I left, they were just obliterating.
They were what?
They were killing it. What's the name of the team?
Playoffs.
Well, make it without having to get in the play-in game. Yeah.
Looks like the Wild are going to be okay, though, huh?
Yep. They were
that overtime win was huge. They what?
They got beat today.
But they were like 5 points ahead or something?
Yeah, I think they're safe.
Well, but that overtime win was huge.
Huge.
Get those 2 points. And Erickson and Kaprizov, they both came back for that win in that game, so... I don't know if they're healthy, but I suppose they said, what the hell, if we don't make it to the playoffs, it ain't going to do us any good to get healthy, right?
Right, what was it, 8-7?
Yeah, something like that.
have a couple good games to watch. So, are you a college basketball fan?
Me or the backseaters? Well, I enjoy watching it. I don't root for anybody in particular.
Well, that's probably the best attitude to have right now.
Right.
With this, what do they call it, transfer portal?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
You're pulling for a kid and the team, and soon he leaves.
I know.
176.
It used to be very rigid rules, but then the courts decided that really isn't fair to the kid. Let's listen to this call. Here it comes.
For DOC at 1504 Sherburne, or saying that they called about a noise complaint. After the police left, the neighbor came up to the cops' door threatening her.
This was an old call. Remember the 1504 Sherburne? The cops went there and told the guy to knock it off, and then
mentioned firearms.
And then he went and threatened the neighbor that called.
Oh.
You know, it's just people. Some people have no class.
None.
Or maybe that's not even the right term anymore.
And a sergeant's copy.
No common sense.
Whatever.
Hey, go back to the camera.
Or any weapons seen.
What camera?
Make sure we're. Oh, I got the thing right here.
Are we okay?
Yeah, we're good.
I thought you were going to tell me we were.
I think that's an old mess.
Cop hasn't seen one, but it looks like he's familiar with them. I'll call.
We are out in Roseville.
Clarify.
Through the heart of Roseville here on Conroe B, which is 1 mile north of Larpenteur. I'm going to have to go over those numbering systems again for people, because a lot of people have either forgotten or never heard the numbering system in St. Paul for houses. Not tonight, but it's coming. We're going to have a tutorial. Got to go to the map. I might have to go to the map board for everybody to understand. I think I'll have the smartest man, Kyle Meestead, explain on them. I'll explain while he videos. Understanding the numbers in Ramsey County.
I think, what is the new show that you do beyond the live open?
You should do it there.
That's a good.
We'll have Linders do it on his page. Understanding the numbering system. 480 numbers per mile, folks. Don't ask me why it's not 500. I'm just telling you. It's 480 per mile. 240 for a half mile. 120 for a quarter mile. And 60 for an eighth of a mile. It's rock solid. Summit is 0. University is 480 north. Front Street is 960 north. Another 240 numbers, you're at 1,200 at Maryland North.
197.
We're running out of things to do. We're running out of things to do here. We're gonna go check out North Rice Street.
It's not really going to Innsbruck at 51 minutes.
Yes, if there was hazardous driving taking place, we would stop it, but it's... very quiet out here. Oh,
yeah, use it again.
No quiet word. Have we gotten our McDonald's yet?
Yes, you have.
Okay. Thanks. Who's over there in that pickup truck? Is that one
of
our guys eating some McDonald's? What else is going on crime-wise?
What did St. Paul celebrate?
What do you mean?
The gun crimes.
Oh, crime is down. I mean, it's a wide variety of things, but there's no question crime is down for the first quarter. We'll publish the numbers here at some point. They were celebrating the lack of shooting incidents, but that's just one factor in all of it. And I'm very proud of our team for contributing to that reduction in crime. It's a team effort.
Yes.
I would say that one of the big advantages that St. Paul has so many more officers per capita than Minneapolis does. It really helps them create a presence. Minneapolis is working on it. It's like the Express still going. The new Flamberger location here.
Ain't that a beautiful building?
We're gonna go in there sometime, you and me.
4362, clear traffic citation.
See if anybody recognizes you.
53 minutes.
Rev. Hey, Rev.
Hey, Rev.
You know, the one fatal flaw in this whole Live on Patrol is when I'm out here driving around, turning left, using my feet on the pedals, I feel like I'm getting exercise. But that's really not true, is it?
Well, you feel like it, so it's okay.
Well, I mean, keeping my brain stimulated.
Right.
But, you know, I mean, it's not easy driving 4 or 5 hours straight. It's fun when I'm with you, the Rev and Pat, you know. But I mean, if your brain tells you you're doing something constructive, when in fact your body might be saying the opposite, right?
Right. I saw Bill Finney today.
Oh, how's he doing?
He's doing good. He's finally catching up with that retirement thing.
Good. Moody said he called him out of the blue. Did he mention that?
Yes. Moody. What did he say he had to call Moody for?
I don't know.
He did tell us.
Moody called him.
Yeah, it was good to see him.
Where was it at?
Coffee Cup.
Coffee Cup? Oh,
Coffee Cup.
I got to stop in there. What time? It's only open in the mornings now, right?
Yeah.
What time?
Well, it's open early, and I think it closes like 2, 3 o'clock.
Okay.
We're normally there at 10.
Okay.
And this morning we had to sit with him because it was crowded.
Okay.
And we were late.
Well, if you see him again, please greet him for me.
Yes, we will. And he asked me if I was riding tonight, so.
62 on 111's call.
Yeah, it's one of my regrets. I only had him out one time. I wish we had taken him out more. He's got so much history.
I don't know how both of you can sit in a car together.
Why is that?
Y'all couldn't do no police work.
Well,
because you're the historians.
Well, he's got even more history than me. I mean,
and he is, yeah.
He knows. He goes way back.
Copy, snowing in Midway at 55 minutes.
You know, I was born in St. Paul, but I was raised in Maplewood. But he's the life.
C197,
St. Paul. When I went to Hamlin. Bill's got so much city history.
On this portion of this call is going to be unfounded, handling completely over the phone. No veteran names. They're just passing her out.
Turn that one down.
And then advising her on protection orders.
Alright, good, my copy.
Okay.
Got it clear, thanks.
Copy.
That was a whole lot going on there.
C197.
That was
right,
Your suspect is going to be a Russian male, 35 years old, 5'9", average build, wearing a Calvin Klein sweater with a black jacket over it. Unknown description for the firearm. He pulled it in the parking lot on a female.
97, I copy. Show me the area.
It's New Brighton.
Copy.
It's probably a good training habit to talk fast like that, because when it's really busy, it's beneficial. But late at night,
The we have is a Russian male, 35 years old, 5'9", average build, wearing a Calvin Klein
I'm okay with you
sweater
talking
with a black
slower.
jacket over it. Unknown description of the firearm. We just know that he's outside.
you got a Russian guy with a firearm.
First class on scene.
Russian guy with a firearm in New Brighton.
I think I see him on the front steps.
Where do you see him? I'm on the south side of the building.
Oh, they're way in New Brighton. We're on the other side of town. But
Front steps, he's pulling inside the jacket.
well, 35-year-old Russian.
4041. You show me the gym.
He's got a Calvin Klein sweater on.
176, code 4.
The black jacket over it.
County Central and East.
Copy, code 4 at 57 minutes.
Says he was threatening people. we'll find out how this resolves itself.
2160 on Central, transporting to LE.
Cowboy Jack's.
Oh.
Cowboy Jack's over there in New Brighton. Palmer Drive. Yeah, that's not good.
Compliant.
He's compliant.
Northbound White Bear, fast driver.
What do you say?
What's that?
Yeah, I missed the first part. What'd you guys say?
2759.
There we go. All right, buckle up.
841. Where's our next one out?
Fast IE.
The last one lane from off.
All right. Seatbelt, Rev.
Coming up to Iowa. 60.
Where are you at, Bill? Yeah, White Bear and Iowa.
Rev, you see those sticks behind the chair there?
Is it that time again?
Yeah, it's that time again. And you, if you would mind.
Next time.
Should you say west? Turn them up.
Continue through northbound White Bear, past Mark.
Northbound White Bear.
You got them?
No.
Pull them up, mister. If they break, they break. You're going to need them shortly.
Contact cockpit.
He ain't gonna make.
Head
okay?
He ain't gonna make the Schwinn Shop turn.
Make sure it's not
I told you about the Schwinn Shop turn before.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
The Schwinn Shop turn at White Bear and County Road B. I chased the guy there once and he went right through the gas station. Destroyed his car.
7836, we have 2 detained.
841. Double check with staff.
Got the driver prone note.
Have you investigated? Still holding the air.
Oh, wish you stopped. Where is he at, Darren?
White Bear and Iowa.
Yeah, I know you're not there, but I didn't get to the location. Did the car stop or what happened?
I believe so. They didn't hear much. We're northbound White Bear, that's freeway. I mean, it's not northbound White Bear, that's you know, 6 female in the custody.
Cowboy Jack, let her retain the air control.
Well, I'm not exactly sure. We know the car stopped at Iowa.
St. County are out with a vehicle that has led a traffic stop. They are currently at White Bear and North St. Paul Road. They do have the driver proned out. They're stopped northbound.
Okay.
White Bear and North St. Paul Road.
Thank you.
5-9 cars clear.
Okay, cars clear.
You know, the other thing is, we do have the ability.
One of the 3 squads and Jack. One of the cars in there.
Check on the. Here's the Schwinn Shop turn on silent. If a car makes it here on this curve, coming north, it's going right through the gas station.
There's one that can check the vehicle for firearm.
So.
Okay, thank you. Copy.
This is Billy Thurmer that was chasing the car. His brother there. Those are 2 squads going down, probably from Maplewood. Supposedly it's right here at North St. Paul Road, which is also known as 7th Street. long chase. Will give me the feel for the. There's the car they apparently chased.
310 Tango traffic.
310 Tango.
Romeo, Whiskey, Bravo, 967 at 987, excuse me, at Maryland and Herbert.
Copy, Maryland and Herbert.
Copy.
I hear an helicopter.
9170 traffic.
9170.
Southbound Century. We were south from Joy. 310 Tango, dead on the side. Maryland and Hazelwood. King Mike X-ray 423. Still rolling here.
What is that one?
Which one? That's another one going on.
Happy Century, southbound, south of Joy, slow to stop.
That one's up in
I think we're going to be maybe stopping here out in front of 2825. I think it's Geneva here.
Copy, stopping in front of 2825 Geneva.
That's Odie there. Thermer. Checking her, see if the car's still on. Yeah, it's hard to say if they decided to stop or they were in the midst of a pit. I don't know there, but you know, the thing is, when you're in the middle of trying to stop a car, it's hard to get all the information out.
Anyone else can slow? I'll just take one or two routine.
Copy, controlled, squads can slow.
So what kind of car is that? A Ford?
100.
Somebody will tell me. I know that it just doesn't look like a car you try to flee the police.
We have a minute. Can you call that, please?
Well, unless you think that they aren't going to chase you.
Oh, you know.
Well, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
Yeah, 105.
Is that a tow truck already? What the hell is that? Oh.
Gas truck.
Oh. So we got Darren McDonald, we got Billy Thermer, Sean McManus, Odie, CAT team members, Kyle Williams there. I'm not going to bother him right now. Come over because
Copy, code 4 on traffic. Anyone
got the person. Looks like maybe it was a female, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know. Billy looked good with that purse. Through there to see if there's any contraband, alcohol, drugs, guns. All right. On to the next matter there, Rev?
Yeah.
I'll swing over. I got a little brief from one of them. What do we got in terms of the driver?
At 107.
What's the scope, Billy? No, I don't care about who you got driving. Oh, there are two of them in there? Or
Olivia Johnson.
Yeah, you look at that purse. Is that hers? Yeah.
I think Olivia's a little bit too much.
Oh, she's an adult though?
Yes.
Too much consumption?
Yes.
Okay, well. It's a nice name. Good work. Anyhow, did she eventually stop, or did you? Were you about to pit her?
No, she slowed down to turn into nothing, and then I got alongside, and then she decided to turn as we'll make contact here and stop.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Very good.
Have a good night, 108.
Aren't you fishing in 4 hours?
Oh yeah, I got to take him home.
Right.
Good memory.
Oh, it's 3 hours.
Are you not going anymore or what?
No, we're not fishing.
You're not going fishing? To Rushford with the kids?
Yeah, they're going fishing with 46 kids at
Trout?
5 a.m.
Aren't you going there?
5 a.m.
115.
I asked him if I went going like 5 a.m. No.
Darren said he wasn't going.
All right, you guys. Hey, tonight get a hold of me before you go home. Before you sneak off.
We're going to go recover that car.
Why does Kyle look so unhappy? What's going on?
Oh, I'm good.
Okay, good. See you guys.
Just a little bit of a tease here.
Yeah.
Subject is possibly in apartment 207. It's a possible PIC caller.
Bob really thinks that I'm gonna go. It's 1 o'clock.
At 109.
And they're going fishing at 5 o'clock.
Well, I don't know that they're not leaving that early, but
Huh?
I don't know when they're leaving. But these kids don't mind getting up early to go do something fun.
Right.
Right.
They're gonna have a great time.
Oh, well, I don't know if you're going fishing or not.
No. Oh, did Darren tell you he saw me today? He brought me a gift that you didn't tell me about.
Well, normally I have a quick comeback and I can bring it up, but in this particular case, I don't know what it is. Your certificate. How many years?
5 years.
5 years.
Me and Star Wars.
And you've done like 10 years worth of work in those 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me and Star Wars. Andre. Yeah.
5 years.
I remember the first
What's the
day.
date on that thing?
What?
What's the date on that car, on that certificate?
March 30th.
Okay. Is that the right date?
Yep.
Okay.
March 30th.
Well, congratulations.
I'm clear on the thanks road for stopping home.
Well, what a tumultuous. The pandemic was just ramping up, right?
Yeah.
George Floyd. The next 2 months later. What a time to be in police work, huh?
5183 copy on West, still holding the 10-1 for the call at Cowboy Jack's.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey, what do you need there?
Cowboy Jack's. Well, Rev, you did a good job getting those sticks up in the front seat.
Well,
I just want you to point that out. You did a great job.
I do like you.
I gotta go get a concussion protocol, but outside of that,
it was.
I know
I had to move.
It's a problem getting those out.
Yeah.
Well, number one, they're crammed in the seat. I cram them in a little bit too hard. You know why? Because they make noise otherwise.
Oh.
And then if I throw a few articles of clothing over the top of them, that doesn't make it any easier, right?
Right.
And then, of course, as soon as you pull on them, well, they pop.
Right. And hit you right in the head.
Yeah, that's all right.
Chris, I did not hit him in the head.
2438
Here we are.
4467 traffic.
It's another corner we stood on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now the store is closed, boarded up.
Midnight just south of 94.
We cleaned up a lot of corners.
Yep.
A lot of corners. Yeah. Well, man, in the old days, it was Milton and Selby, remember?
Do I remember that?
Yeah, Milton and Selby, that's completely...
Ice cream shop.
Yeah, it's crazy.
2 Scoops.
122, 125. 122.
122, 125.
55.
For domestic at 958 Fuller. So I was trying to break windows from the outside. Officers were just out. Caller sounds intoxicated. Once officers come back out and take the phone away. 220. At 113.
Lake Phelan?
Squad and off to that Fuller
Lake
domestic.
Phelan.
He lives there. They're both highly intoxicated, just FYI.
Traffic copy.
Copy.
No, 114.
114. I hope you guys are taking my request seriously about going to our official Ramsey County Sheriff's Office page and watching some of the videos of our
with 8 Bravo Victor 695.
Just make sure it stops, because if it doesn't, it's behind us. Anyhow, there's some great videos, squad car videos, that we're going to start posting. Squad car videos on the official page of examples of good police work or interesting things that occur.
Yep. Hey, you might want to say about your hockey game again. Sunday.
Yeah, I'll post that tomorrow. We want to get you out on Sunday, 12:30, Tree Rink, downtown St. Paul. The old parking ramp next to Dayton's there. Come on down and watch Ramsey County defeat the St. Paul. The St. Paul firefighters, they got some good hockey players. There's some good athletes on that fire department. You know. But we always play them close. Play them close. But go watch some of those pit maneuvers, the pit masters. I think our department, except for the state patrol, we probably have more officers trained in the pit maneuver to end chases than any department in the state. I think the state patrol might have a few more. Not sure about that, but we're gonna give them the number one spot.
4467, clear traffic.
But we're like Avis.
No, 116.
Avis, if you're not familiar with Avis Rent-A-Car, their original promo was we're number 2, but we try harder. We try harder.
We try harder.
Yeah, 160.
So we try harder. So right now we are actually only 25. The official Ramsey County Sheriff's page is only 25 followers away from hitting 39,000. Okay? And this is important because
Western Uni with November Tango Romeo.
Steve Linders wants to grow the viewership of the Sheriff's page. A lot of you go there and look, but you may not click to follow the page.
You see me looking.
So let's just see if we can, before we go to sleep tonight, let's see if we can get 20 followers, 25 more followers on the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office page. Then we can go to sleep. We can go to sleep at the knowing that we've accomplished something. And by the way, it's because of his.
Our Clearville stop.
So, by the way, Linders is one of the most amazing writers. That guy is brilliant in his writing, Steve Linders. So, honor him by following the official Sheriff's Department page. We're gonna watch. Are you on there, Brent?
I am actually a follower already.
Okay, you're a follower already.
I wanted to make sure.
Yeah. We went up 6 just now. Thank you.
All right, there we go.
There we go. We went up 6.
Oh, yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
It'll be there.
Appreciate you. Oh, 3 more. Thank you. This is fun. Watching those numbers go up. We're going to hit that. Yeah, we don't post. It's not like the Sheriff's Office posts that much. Like once a day at the most, usually. But it's good stuff, and I promise
There it is.
it's good stuff. So, thank you. Oh, Jesus. We're only 7 away now.
7 away.
Holy mackerel.
Who wants to be the 7th one?
Wow. I wish there was a way we could even know that. There we are. We're 3 away. Thank you. Oh! There it is. We got to take a picture of that one.
Come on, get it.
Oh, I don't know if I got it. Shoot. I took a picture, but it went backwards. Oh, man. Let's just see. Okay. Holy moly. Went right up to 13 over. Well, we need those extra ones, because sometimes people just unfollow you. So thank you.
Wow, that's wonderful.
Code 4.
But watch those videos.
Copy, code 4.
We're going to put a couple every week of some good stuff. Like I said, it's probably the only place to see that good stuff in Minnesota outside of State Patrol, but they do pits, but they don't really publicize them. So, thank you.
Wow.
Thank you very much.
Steve will be happy when he wake up tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. You're going to make that guy happy. Truth of the matter is, if you look at law enforcement agencies in Minnesota, the State Patrol has a very active following, in part because they're statewide, of course. And they have a good social media presence. I got to give them credit. But then, after their page, I would say there's another 5 or 6 really active law enforcement agencies. Obviously, Booker Hodges does a nice job in a little different way.
Whoever tab was 193, you can put me back at that domestic.
Turn that down just a hair. So, but State Patrol, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, Bloomington. Of course, none of us compare to Grady Judd down there in Lakeland, Polk County, Florida, for social media. That guy's got quite the following. That's Sheriff Grady Judd. Okay, what do we got going on Maryland there? 10-1.
see?
What?
What do you see on Maryland?
I don't see anything on Maryland, but there was a car. This car stopped on Maryland, but I think he's okay. Maryland. Now listen carefully to what he says next. 125 and 122.
125.
Now you're training your turn your ear over there.
First suspicious, Delsman and Goodhue. A group of subjects looking in house windows, moved onto a detached garage. Looks like they're trying to get in. The caller disconnected, and we were unable to get the address before the disconnection.
Okay, well, we might want to run down on that one, huh?
Yeah, 124.
We'll finally get a call. Exactly sure. What are you doing, Rev?
Man, I was looking at those numbers. That was so impressive. We're gonna have you boost everybody's page. Might be in the bottom because they didn't send nobody.
They sent somebody. Sometimes they don't update fast. So turn that up a little bit. Oh, it's, I see, it's Dousman.
Copy. 125, 122, you can disregard. Two copies.
Tango 316.
Let's figure out the fastest way down there, huh?
326 Tango.
I was going to jump on the freeway here.
Squad 316.
I'm not sure if the computer agrees with me.
79 Bedford on a suspicious. There's a vehicle blaring its horn and driving up and down. It's dark as CBM, no plates. And we do have a call for disturbance down the road at 703 for a very similar situation from an anonymous caller. Should I make the call separate?
Yeah, the computer doesn't think I should jump on the freeway. Interestingly enough. So I will follow the computer's idea. I would have jumped on it myself. And got off and then came back. But the computer doesn't calculate how fast I drive.
212.
I'll look right.
Clear right. All the way. No
212. We have two detained. Is there an available car with an IBIS that can meet us at St. Peter and 5th?
Okay. That's a different call.
Is there a Central Squad with an IBIS that can meet 212 at St. Peter and 5th?
We're going down to a call, which pretty scary for people when people are looking in the windows and maybe going in their garage, right, Rob?
Right.
So, not exactly sure who's handling this, but we are going to run in on it as well. How's it look?
Clear right.
Clear right. We got a little bit of traffic on the left. Not a ton.
One two two, 125, and a sergeant's copy. 122.
again. Turn it up a little.
Front assault at Cleveland and Randolph. Caller thinks someone was stabbed. Our passerby sees blood on the ground and saw someone stomping on a male.
Well, there's another call. We go to this one, we'll be able to slide over to that one.
100 copies. Tab 128. 622 and rough. Copy at 128.
Find that Dousman and Goodhue call again, will you? It's on the list there.
No, not the right.
090909.
That's what I thought.
But did it lock you out?
There you go.
125. As far as we're aware, is the suspect still on scene?
Last squad, go again.
125. As far as we're aware, is the suspect still on scene?
Not good here.
It's Dousman is the first street. It's a strange street.
From what I can tell, it looks like they may be. So there were 4 black males attacking another black male. Person with a knife possibly had a white shirt or hoodie.
They put it back in pending so they could go to the other one. We don't have an exact address, folks. And the call and the caller.
323-327. I could be guys around 1032 Forest Street.
The caller did not call back.
The female can be heard screaming from outside for the last 30 minutes. A vehicle honking. It does sound possibly similar to the Bedford call, but unknown if they're related at 131. 302.
125. I'm gonna go for a box. I'll give me there.
We're in some neighborhood. We're in the neighborhood here, Rev, if you want to keep looking.
Copy, yeah, 131.
302.
This is the corner. We are going to try to call
301.
the comp.
302.
Here, data. Call, please.
Calling 10-1 for 125 at 131.
Not locating the people.
Well,
able to work on getting a better
We don't
location.
have an exact address, folks. And we do not have anybody answering the phone number.
I can check with the TC.
I'm going to try one more time.
Copy, you can really clear until we
2
find out.
calls there, no answer. But we're at the corner of Dousman and Goodhue, which says subjects looking in house windows. They moved into a detached garage. They didn't say they were in, it said it looked like they were trying to get in. So, Rev?
Copy, canceling 10-1 at 132.
Detached garage. I'm going to turn my lights on here. At a minimum, we'll scare some people away. Right?
Big old cat in the window.
Some of them people are on the street for both parties looking at the house windows. Like they're trying to get
125.
Detached garage at 132.
Now they did dispatch it.
5181.
Caller is in a black Volkswagen Taos at Fort
Black
Snelling.
male, 34 years old, 5'6", heavy build, wearing a black and
A
white
lot of
jacket,
detached
glasses,
garages here.
location.
Yeah.
Ford and Snelling.
Fort Parkway installing.
So.
Affirmative.
There's somebody looking out the door.
Did you call?
Are there any squads posted there that can go check?
Okay. We got to call some kids looking in windows. All right, thank you. We don't have an address though.
I just got home. Sorry.
All right.
And 125. Is that just where the caller is now, or where they actually saw this happen?
Looks like the caller was paying at Cleveland and Ford at the time of the call.
Kelly is still working.
Copy that. And you lost out from that location.
Copy at 134.
Kelly Thune, are you still working? Can you look at that Dousman and Goodhue call and see there's a phone number there, but they don't answer? Run it through Clear and see if you can give me an address. And if you can, just text me with it instead of putting it on the air.
Copy.
So we have a phone number, folks. We have a database that sometimes is able to come up with linked phone numbers to addresses. But at a minimum, if they don't want to talk to the police, some people don't. They want to be anonymous. We can at least help scare them away, the bad guys. So
6 Tango. Your GOA was 310 Tango and 316.
You haven't seen anybody, have you, Rev?
Haven't seen anything moving
it could
except
be,
that lady.
It could be homeless too.
Like you said, there's a lot of detached garages.
Yeah. Since they mentioned Dousman first, my guess is they might live on Dousman, right?
Go ahead.
Don't you usually mention the street you live on first? I don't know.
122.
Copy. At the Speedway off of Rice and
Owned Ford and Snelling. Can we get an updated location where they're at?
Flight of Zebra, Frank Zebra, 538.
I'll check.
Interesting house.
Copy. Zebra, Frank Zebra,
Apartments.
136.
So we are
GOA 221.
we're probably gonna depart.
Investigate. It's gonna be 2047 Benson. It's a construction area, but there's a car parked in the gate.
A lot of calls down here at West 7 tonight.
Copy. 2047 Benson.
No luck on this, and nobody wants to talk to us.
She's going on the 215 call. Copy.
So we might just continue over.
Everybody had Minnesota. Mike Early, Yankee 375. Get a call.
Copy.
Mancini's across the street from Dousman and Goodhue.
Looks like we're not finding anything in this area. We've got a few squads searching. I'm going to check the university grounds here. There's not much more we're going to be able to do without a description from the victim. Or sorry, the caller.
Copy at 137.
25 to 122. Have you located the caller? Otherwise, I'll try to give him a call myself.
Negative, also at the intersection.
Copy that. Try to get one of them.
Schmidt's beer. That was a classic. So I'm glad it still says Schmidt's on there. Like the Hams one, I don't think you can tell it's Hams anymore. Schmidt's Brewery.
2165.
The caller is saying they're near the Panera.
Schmidt's expired. 2485 Drive. That's going to be smoke alarm sounding in the caller's apartment. After about an hour ago.
She's also paying for Walgreens. 215, will you change the address to 2020? Unsure if it's Benson or 7th.
Just for info, the TC did advise them to put their flashers on.
Well, thank you, everyone. The last half hour, you backseaters that added 40 plus 65 followers on the Sheriff's Office official page. Steve Linders will be very excited about that.
Have you seen these?
122.
The Be Kind stickers? What's it say?
It's a doll.
No way. You got a doll?
The caller is saying they're at Cleveland and Ford. And
You got a doll?
Yeah.
Nice. Congratulations.
Daniel Rogers, you are so funny.
Is that like a flat Stanley? Bring Flat Stanley around all over to different different things. Send us pictures of Rev Spence.
9170.
Wow.
451 fleeing from me, Charlie, Sam, 225. Eastbound Fenner D.
What's on route?
I'm sorry, westbound. Yeah, he's definitely fleeing. I'm going to terminate. He's going south towards the mall.
Oh, it's Concord 130.
What?
Cleveland Fort Market with November Papa Sierra.
Head south towards the mall at 140.
What the heck?
125 and 121.
Kyle, you want to see if you can get the description on that car before he ends it?
Copy at 140.
What the heck?
14752, you got a vehicle description?
114.
Just to confirm, the phone was paying at
Silver Sedan.
Cleveland and Randolph, correct? Not Cleveland and Fort Parkway at the time of call?
Continuing on Ring Road. Maybe coming back out to Waker Avenue.
Beautiful.
Shortly.
Ring Road is the one around Maplewood Mall. It's a white bear car that was chasing his car and cut it off.
Okay,
there we go. The helicopter might still be up there. Alright, here we go.
Here we go.
Yeah, I went south from there. Transit Center. Waker Avenue. I think it's a couple intersections down.
Well, that's where they are.
I'm not chasing. That's why lights are off. Routine speeds.
Well, that is where
Copy is not pursuing this last house in the Transit Center on Waker.
And I'm sorry. It's going to be west beam from the Transit Center. Way in the distance, approaching 61.
Okay.
Copy west on beam.
There we go.
The car lot with county squad from the step beam.
Well, there goes Thomas Siegelstrom working the car lot.
I'm not sure if it's 100% that. Looks like it's going north 61 way in the distance.
It's a good guess if he's right.
Copy north 61 from beam.
There you go. Hopefully it's the right car, Cat. If it is, Thomas Siegelstrom will find it because he's working off duty over there at the car lot.
At the car lot.
And 70, I'm probably going to lose it here. I'm not up to 61 yet. This last seen north.
Copy, last seen North Highway 61. I think.
You got it, Thomas?
No, I don't. It's in the late he gave. So, must have been a ways up. To 70, I'm at 694 and 61. Still got eyes on it? Negative, nope. It was turning 61 when I heard it earlier. Northbound. I lost it from there. Copy.
What's the description again?
Silver sedan. What's the registration?
Silver sedan, similar plate to Charlie Sam 225.
121, checking your status.
125, we're code 4. And other spot, just verify that there's nothing at the Walgreens at Snelling and Randolph, otherwise everyone can probably clear.
Yeah, I looped back around northbound.
115, I was just out there at the Walgreens on Snelling and Randolph. There's nothing there.
Car must be cut off somewhere.
Copy that. This is kind of seeming like TIC or truck related.
Well, we're headed there just in case somebody reacquires it.
Copy, up 145.
But doesn't sound optimistic, does it?
9170. I'm going to try to review my camera to get a better description for you.
Copy.
White-haired car, a couple of county cars. It was actually right on the border there of White Bear and Maplewood.
61 Road 166.
36 southbound there.
170.
Copy.
171.
7-0 best bet is it probably got on the freeway. It was initially westbound, kind of a D Delta at White Bear Avenue with no lights on. I flipped on it and it ran the red.
179.
And fled from there.
179. 171.
You coming to my house to sleep tonight, Rev?
Couple wash up behind you.
71.
Okay.
186 Tango.
Well, we're back out to Highway 36, kind of in the area.
Any other spots for Road 200 ELT?
It would be, but it doesn't look promising if we don't have a general direction.
Spots have good night at 146.
Good, boss. Have a good weekend. Bodie and Darren, are you still down there towing that vehicle? Yeah, we'll be done in a couple minutes.
437, copy the noise complaint at 1866 Marshall. For people in the backyard, it sounds like they're having
1866 Marshall. Just down the street from Fairview.
Which one?
People in the backyard.
1-1.
Enjoying the warmth.
Still working on this, but it sounds like we've narrowed the location down to the bus stop directly in front of the Walgreens at Snelling and Randolph.
Oh, wasn't Cleveland and Randolph? It's the bus stop.
Copy. The bus stop in front of the Walgreens at 148.
It's 3/4 of a mile away. Let's look at when I watch this, Rob. See, I'm just recording what I say, right? Like it's gonna, like it's gonna send a message.
So don't send that message.
So then we gotta go like this. Isn't it amazing how they can
just
hear your voice and just take over? I don't know how that voice activation gets activated, but well, it's been a good night, huh?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's been a little crime free, but
triple check that possible location, man.
Just because some are kicking in there.
Medical at 3666 County Line Road 437. 468 Romeo unconscious breathing.
You gotta fix this.
It's that blue button.
Yeah, but how do I get rid of that blue button?
Oh. Touch it.
No, that'll send it. If you touch that button, it'll send it.
State was advising that there's a subject throwing objects at vehicles that fled back into the hotel. 9173, a copy of as well. Thank you.
Anyhow, what I was going to say is one of the reasons we want to start posting videos of our patrol cars is, quite frankly, when we're working Friday night, sometimes there's not as much activity going on as there used to, so we're going to supplement. We're going to be like the on patrol live guys, you know, where they have some live, but then some of it's video from before. Only our video is going to be on the Sheriff's page. The Ramsey County Sheriff's Office official page.
Copy, 151.
Run by our public information officer, Steve Linders, who we meet with and talk about what to post on there on a daily basis. So anyway, the point is that we're going to try to give you more material. As a matter of fact, the material is pretty good because 2-3 news stations called to get copies of the videos that we posted.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's great. 3 news. So it's the first place you're going to get the best squad car video in the state of Minnesota. Undisputed best squad car video in the state of Minnesota.
Copy, 151.
There you go.
So, because our deputies are still involved in pursuits and pits and apprehensions. And it's one of our duties to pursue and apprehend felons right in state statute. Pursue and apprehend all felons. We're going to head back to the Red Barn. Chiming armor. You know, there's some funny. I have to admit, people are pretty creative when it comes to social media, right? I mean, 5 years ago, you didn't have all these reels that you thumb through while you're looking at it. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Wait, you have reels now?
Well, we don't create them, but Linders, somehow Facebook creates them for you.
Right. I saw them today. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
You can clear all squads report.
Facebook creates it. You know, this road car in front of us. I like those road cars. when I rent cars on the road, it's a medium-sized SUV, but it drives very nice.
Oh yeah.
It's
on the road.
It's got real shifter, not a little circle shifter, button shifter. It's got a shifter. That's important for an old guy like me. Where do you think the Virginia plate is going?
Get out and let you go by?
Oh yeah, we'll just say hi. I'm just gonna say hi. They pulled over. Lost in your Uber? How you doing? How's it going? How's your day going there, Yankee fan?
How are you, sir?
How are you? Are you Uber?
Yeah, I'm Uber. I'm driving off customer.
You are? All right. Well, we don't allow Yankee fans in this part. See you later.
Have a good night.
Got a big old Yankee hat on.
Big old Yankee hat.
Well, we got, because Dave Winfield, because we got Dave Winfield grew up here, we got to allow that, right?
Right.
Dave Winfield. Hall of Famer. Several World Series rings.
201 copies.
I was gonna say you got a Virginia plate and a New York Yankee hat on.
That's a rental.
Where's the Boston jersey?
9170.
9170.
Right?
Yeah.
You can clear me as a report. Thanks for everybody for checking.
You're a good sport, Rev, for staying up this late.
Oh, yeah. Well, it got me out of going
227.
fishing.
219.
What is that?
Break from this call to back 213.
Trout. They're going. These kids are going trout fishing, I guess.
Right. And I'm thinking.
Just returning at 155.
Trout was when we had to fly fish.
Well, you can do fly, or I don't know exactly how they do that down there. It's not like a rapid. Well, I shouldn't say. I haven't been to Rushford since the flood, so I don't know for sure.
Yeah, we were trying to figure it out. I'm like, well, how they? I don't know.
215.
215.
We got Texas plate, Whiskey, Hotel, Foxtrot, 53.
Go back and watch that racer part in the beginning before goes. I know you guys are watching the Timberwolves. And granted, that is more important.
This is probably going to be what people heard for the shots fired. It was a baseball bat used against the vehicle.
Baseball bat versus the vehicle.
Well, nobody loses in that one, right? The vehicle, maybe, but at least nobody gets hurt.
What kind of car was Floyd Pointer?
Well, we got the Slipper stand on the Pacific, and the plate is similar to the Act. 122. 122. Locating Thomas. Squad can clear their convenience. Copy, squad can clear.
Did he find it?
No.
Figured out.
Well, Rev, it's been a pleasure.
It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, I'll call you.
Well, we are coming into downtown St. Paul again, and
Give me a call whenever you're done with.
we're going to sign off. We can tell our troops are wrapping up. Billy Thurmer, Odie. Billy Thurmer's processing is which likely DWI, and Odie and Darren are towing the car for him. One one more drunk off the road. Well, we don't know. I don't know the blood test, I should say, but that was a speculation. Speculation, but one more fleeing vehicle off the road. Here we are. Well, thank you. Rev, you want to say, give the goodbyes? I want to see the doll again before we go. Can you show me that? Is there a real doll or is this just a AI?
I am just...
You're not sure either?
Right.
Someone, let me see that.
Look at that guy.
That looks like a real human.
I got a response 159.
I don't think that's a doll. But... No, this is supposed to be Darren's driving.
Right.
My driving doesn't make him nervous, folks. It's Darren's driving.
Oh, yeah. Me and Darren were talking about that today. No, I'm not riding with him.
I was going to have him suggest that, but... So be kind. Rev Spence doll. The Sheriff Star has 6 points instead of 5. It says Rev Spence the second? No. It looks like Rev Spence. I don't know. I can't read that. But there could be such a doll. I mean, because could have been AI created. But the thing is, the person in there looks like a real human, right?
Yeah.
Dolls wouldn't look like that. Yeah.
I talked to Katrina. Remember Katrina?
Oh, yeah.
Man, our prayers are with her. She's been through a tough year.
What's going on?
All kind of stuff. Husband got sick, daughter got sick, son got... Oh, man. Because I hadn't heard from her.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden we were talking. So, yeah, Katrina, we're thinking about you. I'm glad it just popped in my mind when we're talking about the dolls. We're praying for you.
She had some dolls made and stuff.
Yeah.
But I thought maybe people just got tired of buying our stuff. So, but she's got issues that...
Yeah, family issues. She said it's been one tough year. So, yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Yeah, so...
Katrina, who wrote the books and illustrated the books. So... Anything else you want to say about, or would you rather just not say too much?
Yeah. I just want you to be in prayer and thoughts.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's important, and I think it's catching if we just be kind to one another, encourage one another, not pull down, but lift up. This is, I was reminded today, this is probably, in my profession, outside of this profession, this is a busy week that we're going into with Palm Sunday.
Yeah.
So, because of who I am, I want us all to be kind and respect each other.
Well, even if you weren't who you are.
And hold each other up. That's what we need in times like this.
Alpha,
Right, we're going to turn these radios off because Bob's looking like he wants to go get somebody.
Well, I got to leave them on my way home. You never know, and then I got to leave the camera right there in case something good happens.
And you can record it.
I can pop it right back. I can pop back online.
There's Darren.
All right, thanks, Backseaters, for joining us, and thanks for, if you haven't already, go follow the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office official page. Put some followers on that for Steve Linders in the morning. Thanks so much.
Thank you.